Oh, I was just sent a bunch of, voice notes of me singing emo voice the other day on a Discord on a Discord chat. Apparently meant to be snowing tonight. I wish it was snowing here, TBH. It's always so pretty when it snows. Okay, so this is chapter 39 of Two's Company. Let me share screen. And it's called Are You Proud of Me, Ma? Which is like, okay, I know we're getting some Mira angst. I know we're getting some Mira angst. Where it's like, you know? And the summary is Mira chapter. And there is smut in this chapter. I won't get into the smut today because this is a 36K, 38K. 30 something K. It is like close to 40K. So and the last time I did a 40K Two's Company chapter, I was like dying by the end of it, which is no fault of the chapter. It was just a very long stream. And I was like, I'm not gonna do that to myself again. So we're gonna do that probably Monday with Rose because Rose is my savior when it comes to smut stuff. Try to say that like 5 times fast. um okay, the smut is a very important part of it. Oh, I bet we're talking about porn with plot here. Artie, your Wi-Fi. Oh my god, am I cutting out? Am I cutting out? Smut stuff, smut stuff. There's plenty of fluff and stuff, don't worry. Okay. No, I trust you. Here's the thing. I have never, while everyone was being like, oh my god, Toss, I don't trust you anymore. I have never, whatchamacallit, I've always had belief in Toss, okay? I have always had faith. I am, I am a loyal follower. In Toss we trust, exactly. So yeah, I'm excited. And tells me, is the chapter count still 46? I'm just like, what are those last 7 chapters? I'm like, oh, that's a lot of chapters. And I love Utahs. I would never divulge from the path. In this house, we worship Toss. In this house, we love Toss. Okay. The soft, steady sizzle of the pan filled the quiet apartment, a kind of gentle music Mira felt deep in her bones. So now I'm wondering, is Mira already starting to cook again? Like, I know if that's gonna happen in this chapter. The air was warm with steam, carrying the tang of spices she knew by heart: garlic, chili, sesame, the faint sweetness of onion caramelizing. Each scent wrapped around her, pulling her inward, grounding her. She watched the diced onion jump and curl as tiny bubbles of oil popped around them, sending little sparks of heat upward. This, this had always been hers: cooking. The closest thing she had to meditation. It was an art, but also a language, a way to speak when talking felt impossible, a way to soothe the parts of her mind that never stopped spinning. It used to be a roaring fire, something that kept her warm when she had nothing else. Now, after everything that happened, it felt like an ember, still alive, still hers, just dimmed. Not gone, but quieter. Mira? Rumi's voice tugged her back. Mira blinked, her mind snapping out of its haze just in time to see Rumi looking up at her, eyes wide, hopeful, nervous in that soft way only Rumi ever was. They were cooking together. Right. This was supposed to be here, not lost in the ashes of her thoughts. Sorry, what'd you say? Mira asked softly. I was asking if it looked good. Rumi tilted the pan, uncertainty flickering in her expression as if Mira's opinion decided whether she'd succeeded or burned the whole kitchen down. Mira's heart did something slow and warm. God, she loved her. She leaned in and pressed a kiss to Rumi's temple. You're doing great. It looks good. Rumi's shoulders relaxed instantly, a quiet smile blooming on her lips as she turned back to the pan and resumed stirring. Carefully, precisely, the way Mira had taught her. Mira watched her, really watched her, the tiny crease of concentration between her brows, the way she kept glancing up at Mira as if searching for reassurance, the gentle determination in how she held the spatula. Without meaning to, Mira's chin found its place on the crown of Rumi's head. She let the warmth of Rumi's body seep into her, smoothing the restless edges inside her chest. And just like that, the ember brightened, caught a bit of air. This was what coaxed it back to life. Rumi wanting to be good for her, Rumi wanting to share this with her, Rumi looking at her like she wasn't broken or distant or too much, just Mira. It was ridiculous how much it affected her, how the simple act of cooking together could soften all the places inside her that had been knotted tight since the incident. It's nice, Mira thought. Too nice. Warm in ways that scared her and comforted her at the same time. She wrapped her arms around Rumi's waist, palms sliding across the soft fabric of her shirt, lingering there because she could, because she needed to. Rumi giggled, breath catching. Mira, I can't stir like this. I know, Mira murmured, smiling against her hair. I'm helping. You're distracting, Rumi whined lightly, not sounding bothered at all. Same thing. Rumi let out a tiny laugh, bright, unguarded, so full of life it pressed at all the shadows still clinging to Mira's ribs. And just like that, the ember inside her caught into something steady, something warm enough to curl around. You didn't have to wake up early to do this, you know? Mira murmured eventually. One hand drifted through Rumi's hair, fingertips brushing lazy lines through the soft strands. The other rested lightly on her hip, thumb stroking slow, steady circles, almost without Mira realizing she was doing it. I wanted to, Rumi huffed, as if Mira had said the dumbest thing imaginable. God, she was cute. Mm-hmm. Mira's lips curved. So sweet. She leaned in, pressing a trail of feather-light kisses along Rumi's cheek and jaw. Rumi's shoulders jumped with a soft laugh, her whole body squirming like she was trying to escape, but in that slow, half-hearted way that meant she absolutely wasn't trying to escape at all. Mira, she groaned, elbowing her lightly in the ribs. Stop distracting me. You literally said you wanted to cook with me, Mira shot back, still smiling. Yeah, cook, not whatever seductive kitchen nonsense you're doing. Mira snorted. Seductive kitchen nonsense? It's bad to distract someone while they're cooking, Rumi recited in a mocking version of Mira's own voice. She gave a little shove backward, using her whole tiny body weight like an offended cat trying to push away a much larger dog. You told me that, which means you have to follow your own advice. Mira raised her hands in defeat and stepped back, her hip bumping the island counter as she planted her palms against the cool surface. All right, all right. No more seductive kitchen nonsense. For now. Rumi smirked over her shoulder, smug, way too pleased with herself, and Mira felt something warm and stupid bloom in her chest. She was ridiculous for this girl. How long do we have until classes start? Rumi asked, still stirring the pan. Sorry, I'm laughing. I'm laughing because of the recurring joke that like, when are they even going to classes? I guess we got this. It's fine. It's fine. I know Mira got like I know there was some rough times. um Mira glanced around automatically for her phone before realizing she had left it right next to Rumi. Check. It should be by your elbow. Rumi tapped the screen. 30 minutes? We've got time. Mira hummed. Once that finishes, you can put it in a container. It'll stay warm long enough. Got it. Mira moved to the sink, washing her hands and grabbing the chicken she wanted to marinate before she forgot. She liked doing it early, preferably before the day had a chance to knock her off balance. A soft ping chimed behind her. "Oh, you got a notif," Rumi said. "That is scary. That is scary." Any notif is scary to me. "Read it to me," Mira called over her shoulder, rinsing her hands more slowly than she needed to. She liked the sound of Rumi reading things aloud, liked hearing her voice fill the little kitchen like it belonged there. Rumi tapped again. "It's a reminder to..." She paused, and Mira didn't even need to look to know she was squinting. "Tell them about FS soon? Huh?" Mira froze. Her stomach dropped, the way it always did when something brushed too close to things she wasn't ready to touch yet. "What's that?" Rumi asked, confused but gentle. Mira forced her voice to stay level. "Something for school." "Not a lie. Not really. I'm thinking something financial something." Okay, okay. She dried her hands quickly and crossed the space between them, plucking the phone from Rumi's fingers a little faster than she meant to. "The fashion show! The fashion show! Oh, yes! Well, yes! Well, yes! Brain, 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 brain." Brain no work. It's fashion show. The fashion show reminder glowed on the screen, too bright, too sharp, like it was mocking her for neglecting it. Her professor wanted confirmations from students about their guest lists before the event. It counted for a big part of her grade, showing initiative, communication, professionalism. Her moment to show what she'd worked on for months. She should have told them by now. She knew she should. But every time she imagined asking Zoe or Rumi to come see her work, her art, her chest tightened with that old ache she never talked about. The one carved into her during childhood recitals and dress showcases where her parents promised they'd be front row, and Mira stood under stage lights scanning empty chairs instead. She could still feel that cold, hollow drop in her stomach, the disappointment she swallowed like it was oxygen. That fear hadn't gone anywhere. Even now, even with people who loved her, really loved her, some part of her still whispered, "Don't risk it. Don't ask. Don't put yourself somewhere you can be left again." She hated that part. She hated how loud it got. "I'll handle it later," Mira mumbled, locking her phone and setting it face down on the counter. Rumi blinked at her, concerned but trying not to pry. "Okay, if you want help or you need me to..." "It's fine." Too fast, too sharp. Rumi's brows pinched for half a second before smoothing. Mira swallowed. She didn't mean to be short. She was just scared. Stupidly, deeply scared. "Sorry," she murmured, voice softer than she meant it to be. "I'm going to go get ready. You can handle the rest?" Rumi nodded, lips parting like she wanted to speak. Some reassurance, some question. But then she closed them, shaking her head as if deciding against it. Mira didn't push. She leaned in and kissed Rumi's cheek, letting the warmth linger for a moment longer than necessary before she turned and headed for her room. The shower hit her skin in a scalding rush, the kind of heat she normally liked, sharp enough to snap her awake, heavy enough to drown out her thoughts. But today, it did almost nothing. The heaviness in her chest didn't wash away. It clung to her ribs, thick and stubborn, swirling like storm water inside her head. She dragged a hand down her side, fingertips brushing the small, jagged scar there. She paused, not because it hurt, she barely felt it anymore, but because touching it anchored her, a silent, steadying reminder. You've survived worse. You can handle this too. She exhaled slowly, forehead pressing against the cold tile before she even realized she'd leaned forward. A strange wave rolled through her. Not panic, exactly, but something close, something queasy and familiar and unwelcome. Too close to home, she thought. Too close to things I don't want to remember. She squeezed her eyes shut, letting the spray hit the back of her neck. She breathed, imagined the steam in waves. In, out, in, out. Calm. Stay calm. Stay present. She wasn't herself today, and she hated that. She hated how easily the past could reach in and twist something inside her, even now, even when life should have felt good, safe. I'll tell them when I'm ready, she assured herself. Not before. And we have a little line break. I hope my radiator isn't too loud. It's really pissing me off. Hi, Adriana. Mira's family absolutely sucks. Festival something. um I'll just keep going. The radiator from the voice notes makes a comeback. It was so loud in the voice notes. I was also recording in my living room, which is like there where the like loud radiator is. And it was pissing me off. Oh, oh, the sound of the world ending on the background was your radiator. It's so funny. So I do this monthly show. I did it just like this Monday. And I hosted rehearsals like twice. But I was like, I'm not gonna do this during the winter again because our radiator got so loud that like we weren't like able to focus on anything. It was so bad. Um but yeah, there is unfortunately no way to get past it. Like that's just how it is. And it pisses me off. It was you. I left it, came back thinking it was my phone. It was me. It was me. Also, I see Tegan in the YouTube chat. Hi, Tegan. Hopefully, I'll be able to catch some of the live after work. Aw, thanks, Tegan. Old building hisses. It's so bad. I wonder, I actually don't remember what year this building is from. It's definitely old. I mean, it's a New York building, so they are old. Where are we in the chapter? We just started. We are in the second section. And actually, I'm just gonna keep going. When she finally stepped out, the air felt cooler than it should have been, prickling her skin. She toweled off and pulled on a hoodie, soft, worn, comforting, and a pair of shorts, not even thinking about dressing up. She didn't have the energy to pretend today. She plugged in her blow dryer, turning it to the lowest setting. The quiet, warm hum filled the room, and she liked that. Something small, something controllable. She kept glancing toward the door, making sure the noise wasn't too loud. She cracked her door open to check on Zoe. Still asleep, sprawled, peaceful. Of course she was. A tiny smile tugged at Mira's mouth. Once her hair was dry, she brushed it out, tied it into a ponytail, and got her things ready for class. She had a little time before they left, just enough for what mattered. Mira eased herself onto the bed, inching closer until Zoe's sleeping face was right there in front of her. Soft features, relaxed mouth, messy hair, sticking out in weird directions. Her chest warmed instantly. She loved her like this. She reached out and poked Zoe's cheek once. Zoe? She whispered into her ear, it's Zoe. She whispered into her ear, dragging the vowels out like a tease. You have to wake up. Zoe's nose scrunched adorably as she turned to face the other direction. Mira snorted quietly and leaned in to blow into her ear. Mira! Zoe growled, dragging her blanket over her head like a turtle retreating to its shell. Mira grinned and tugged the covers back down. What? I want to say goodbye to you and you're not waking up. She poked her cheek again with two insistent fingers this time. Wake up. Mira! Zoe's voice was gravelly but full of warning. She rolled again, trying to escape Mira's relentless pestering. Mira flopped her head gently onto Zoe's side, letting her voice go dramatic and pathetic. Zoe, I love you. Cherish me. Zoe made a strangled noise of annoyance, pushing Mira off her while throwing the covers back over her head. She didn't open her eyes once. Mira stared at the lump of blankets. Oh, wow. Exiled. Rude. A minute later, the door creaked open and Rumi peeked in, eyes scanning the room until they landed on her. Ready to go? Mira lifted her head from the mattress slowly, as if waking from a trance. She wasn't ready. Not emotionally, not mentally, but she forced a steady breath and gave Rumi a small nod. Yeah, she murmured, brushing her hair back and sitting up. Let's go. We're we're leaving, Zoe. Sorry, we're leaving, Zoe, Mira said, the tone impossibly tender for someone who regularly threatened people with kitchen knives. Zoe grumbled and turned her face deeper into the pillow. Rumi stepped closer and lowered her voice. I'll see you later, Zoe. Zoe's response was automatic, instinctive. She lifted her head from the covers just enough to press a sleepy kiss to the corner of Rumi's mouth. Barely there, soft, warm, thoughtless in the way routine affection is. Mira scoffed loudly. Oh, she gets a kiss, but I don't? Zoe groaned, lifting her head maybe 2 inches, just enough to clock Mira's exaggerated pout. Still half asleep, she pushed herself up on her elbows, dragged Mira by the front of her hoodie, and planted a long, dramatic kiss right on her lips. Overdone, loud, absolutely unnecessary. Better? Zoe croaked, already collapsing back onto the bed. God! Mira's smile softened into something warm and proud and entirely too pretty for someone who was allegedly annoyed. She brushed her thumb over Zoe's cheek. Much. Love you, even when you're so mean to me in the morning. Love you both, Zoe mumbled, already tugging the blanket over her head again. Now let me sleep, please. Mira grabbed her bag and nudged Rumi toward the door, voice dropping conspiratorially. Let's go before she gets even grouchier. Rumi chuckled under her breath and let herself be pulled along, Mira's fingers warm around her wrist. Little mini break to me. They're so silly. My gay little heart. I love fluffy Two's Company potty tricks. It is a sign of healing. My house is so old. There are 3 things in the kitchen because it was probably made by a dude that never stepped on a kitchen before. I mean, listen, I live with 2 roommates, and having 3 sinks would be so useful. Fluffy fluff. Mhm. I can just imagine her being like, "You'll be fine. I survived." You'll be fine. I survived. PTSD gone, disappeared. Oh, I like them. But there's no space to put the stuff. That's true. That's true. I do have like we do have we do have nice large counters, so that's nice. But yeah, I don't know. At least like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It just gets kind of tricky when it's like multiple people in the kitchen and one person is trying to like 2 people are trying to cook together and they're cooking different things and it's like So yeah, it's just that. We need cloud plushies for this fluff. How did I miss so many chapters? I mean, listen, yeah. It's not like they've been like coming out super fast. Like y'all had time. I'm not roasting anyone. Like it got I'm not the person to roast anyone when it comes to reading fanfics. God knows I don't read that much. Two's Company is absolute cinema. Yeah. They made their way out of the apartment, taking their usual slow path toward campus. The one they always pretended wasn't intentional. The air was crisp, sharp enough that Rumi shivered every few steps, though the sun kept slipping through the trees in warm patches, brushing the back of her neck like it knew exactly where to land. She slid her fingers into Mira's without thinking. Her hand just went there, like it always did. Mira squeezed once, grounding, familiar, and then lifted their joined hands to her mouth and kissed Rumi's knuckles. The stupidly soft kind of kiss, the kind that felt like it meant something. Rumi's stomach flipped. It always did. Heat crept up her neck, settling under her skin, and she bumped her shoulder lightly into Mira's just to bleed off the feeling. Mira bumped back, smiling faintly, like they were playing some quiet, unspoken game only the two of them knew the rules to. For a while, it was just that, hands brushing, shoulders leaning, Mira's head dipping briefly against Rumi's hair. Easy, domestic, the kind of closeness that didn't ask anything of her. Rumi let herself breathe. Then, Ru? Mira's voice was lower than before. Careful. Rumi hummed back automatically and looked up. Mira wasn't smiling anymore. Her brows were drawn together just slightly, not upset, not angry, thinking. That look she got when she was circling something delicate, trying not to crush it with the wrong words. I'm gonna close my door. This is too much. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a bit better. Oh my god. It's like ridiculously loud. Okay, her brows were drawn together just slightly, not upset, not angry, thinking. That look she got when she was circling something delicate, trying not to crush it with the wrong words. Remember that time when Zoe wasn't there? Mira said, hesitating, and we were, you know. She cleared her throat. Oh my god. Okay. She cleared her throat. And I called you a brat. Oh, that moment. Rumi felt warmth flood her face instantly, like her body had remembered before her brain could catch up. Her mind flashed too vividly to Mira's tone that day, lower, firmer, the way her eyes had sharpened, like she'd known exactly what she was doing. Rumi swallowed. Yeah, she said softly. I remember. How could she not? Mira had been intense, focused, confident in a way Rumi hadn't been prepared for, but had absolutely not hated. She exhaled slowly, her thumb brushing along the back of Rumi's hand in a grounding, repetitive motion. I'm sorry, she said quietly. Rumi blinked, thrown. For what? For not talking to you first. Consent is important. Consent is important. We love. Ruby's steps slowed without her meaning to. Mira matched her pace. Oh my god. Mira matched her pace instantly. The way I acted, Mira continued, voice steady but gentle, like she'd spent a long time choosing these words. The tone, the teasing, the push and pull, it was more intense than what we'd done before, and I didn't stop to ask if you were okay with that, or even interested in it. Rumi's thoughts stumbled over themselves. Oh, So it hadn't just been a moment. It hadn't just been Mira accidentally being like that, more commanding, more teasing, more in control. One Mira had noticed after the fact. Rumi's face felt warm, but not embarrassed, more thoughtful than anything. I didn't really think it needed talking about, she admitted. I thought you were confident or caught up in the moment. Mira winced, but not at her, at herself. Yeah, she said softly, and that's exactly why I wanted to say something. Because even if you're okay with it, you shouldn't have to guess what I'm doing or why. She paused, jaw tightening slightly as she searched for the right phrasing. I wasn't planning to go in that direction, Mira said. I just felt it happening, and instead of stopping and checking in, I let it happen. Her jaw moved, searching for the right words. She inhaled, slow and deliberate. And intensity without communication isn't fair to you. Rumi let that settle. Part of her wanted to laugh it off, to say it was fine, really, to keep everything light and uncomplicated. That was her instinct. But another part of her, quieter, more honest, recognized the care in Mira's voice, the respect. Rumi had wanted it. She just hadn't known that was what wanting looked like. I should have talked to you first, Mira added quietly, and I definitely shouldn't have pushed you into something you weren't prepared for. There was guilt in her voice, real guilt. She shook her head a little. I wasn't pushed, she said carefully. I just didn't know what was happening yet. That felt closer to the truth. So, Rumi added after a beat, nerves flickering, what would you have asked me? Mira hesitated, like she was checking for the right entry point, then squeezed Rumi's hand again. Well, she said slowly, I would have asked if you were comfortable with me taking a more directive role sometimes, being rougher, using certain language. She glanced at Rumi, checking her expression before continuing. Things can feel intense, even when they're meant to be fun. Rumi's mind betrayed her instantly. The memory came back in pieces. Mira's hands firm on her hips, knee between her legs, the way her voice had dropped, controlled, teasing, the strange mix of being cornered and wanting to be right there. Her stomach fluttered. Yeah, intense, but not bad. Not bad at all. Mira went on, her voice gentle but steady. I also would have asked about limits. What's a hard no? What's a maybe? What you're curious about? What makes you uncomfortable or confused? Rumi nodded slowly, each word settling into place. Oh, that's what that feeling was. Not fear, not wrongness, just not knowing the map yet. Mira squeezed her hand again, grounding. And, she added more softly, we would have picked a safe word together. Rumi blinked. A safe word? Mira nodded. Yeah, it's kind of a shortcut. Rumi tilted her head slightly, listening closely. It's a word you can say that immediately tells me, or Zoe, stop. Mira explained. No matter what's happening, no questions, no delay. The idea settled in Rumi's mind like a puzzle piece clicking into place. So, if something starts to feel like too much, Mira continued gently, or confusing, or if you freeze up, which you've told us you do, you have a word that cuts through all of it. I stop, right away. That landed hard. Rumi swallowed, fingers curling tighter around Mira's hand. She did freeze sometimes, not because she didn't care or didn't want things, but because her brain short circuited and left her stranded, unable to sort her feelings fast enough to speak them. Having a word for that? A way out without having to explain herself? That felt relieving. Mira kept going, slower now. And it's not because I expect something bad to happen, she said. It's just reassurance. Because in that kind of dynamic, I might sound stern or teasing or rougher than usual. She met Rumi's eyes, but a safe word means you know it's all intentional, all chosen, not real anger, not real frustration, just play. Something in Rumi's chest eased, like a knot loosening that she hadn't known was there. So, Rumi murmured, thinking out loud, it's not about expecting things to go wrong. No. It's just a way to stay safe even when things get intense. Mira smiled faintly. Exactly. Rumi nodded again, slower this time. And if I get overwhelmed, she added, quieter, or go blank, I can still say the safe word even if I don't know why I need to stop yet. Right, Mira said without hesitation. She didn't realize how much she needed the clarity until now. And, Mira added, voice softer still, I should have checked if you even wanted that kind of dynamic, or if it just confused you, or scared you, or if you went quiet because you didn't know what was happening. Rumi let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Mira cleared her throat, her eyes flicking toward Rumi's. Only if you actually want to explore that kind of stuff. I'm not assuming you do. Rumi's cheeks burned because now that she knew what it was, now that it had a name, a framework, an explanation, she kind of wanted Mira to do it again, but not like before. Not unspoken, not unanchored, safely, slowly, with intention. I liked it, Rumi admitted quietly, the words barely above a whisper. I just didn't understand it. I didn't know that was something people talked about beforehand. Mira nodded immediately. That's my fault. No, Rumi said quickly, shaking her head. I didn't say stop. I wasn't scared. I was just. Her voice faltered as she searched for the right shape of the feeling. Overwhelmed, underprepared, out of her depth. I didn't know enough to know what I needed. Mira's thumb brushed slow circles over the back of her hand, steady and grounding. That's exactly why this conversation matters, Mira murmured, so you never have to guess again. Something in Rumi's chest eased. Guessing had always been the hardest part. Reading people, reading situations, hoping she wasn't missing something important. They walked a few more steps in quiet, fingers still interlaced, the campus path stretching ahead of them. Rumi stared at the ground, gathering courage like it might spill out if she moved too fast. I I want to talk about it, she said finally, voice small but firm, before anything like that happens again. Mira nodded instantly. Relief softened her entire posture, like she'd been holding her breath too. Good, she said. That's exactly what I want too. They kept walking, hands still linked. Rumi leaned into Mira's shoulder again, this time not out of habit, but choice, with understanding. Her heart was still fluttering, still warm. She tried not to let it show, even though Mira's hand felt solid and sure around hers. The conversation had opened a door Rumi hadn't known was there, and behind it was another question, one she'd been circling carefully. Did you and Zoe ever go over stuff like this? She asked after a moment, voice quieter. She hoped it didn't come out weird. Mira nodded without hesitation. Yeah, we did. Something loosened in Rumi's chest. She was still learning about all of this, about them, about herself. It helped hearing it said so simply, like it wasn't embarrassing or awkward. So you guys have safe words, Rumi pressed, trying to sound casual. She failed a little. She wanted to understand everything. She wanted to do this right. Yes, Mira said, laughing softly. Zoe picked them. They're a lot. That caught Rumi's interest instantly. She bumped her shoulder into Mira's, grin creeping in. Now I really want to know. Mira rolled her eyes fondly. One is Bloody Mary. Don't ask me why. Another is, oh god, hippopotamonstro. Oh my god, hippopotamonstrosis cupid. Oh my god, what? Hippo hippo hippopot. I need to make this. Oh my god. Another is hippopotamonstro. Hippopo hip I feel like I'm having a stroke. Another is another is okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, from the beginning. One is Bloody Mary, don't ask me why. Another is hippopotamonstrosis daliophobia. Like I know what that means. Oh shit. She said, and I quote, "If I can't say the word, that means I'm not actually okay." Zoe, I love you. Zoe, I love you. This is Two's Company, chapter 39. I'm gonna try. Hippopotamonstrosis kipedaliophobia. What does that mean? I need to look it up. Now I simply must know. It's not even gonna let me look it up because it's so um it didn't bring up a search result. Wait, let me look up let me copy it to the actual web search. This is the rest of the stream now. Just trying to say this word. It what it's the fear of long words. It's literally the fear of long words. That is so so funny. Roses keep a daliophobia. Hippa, I will clip this. This is so funny. Monstroses keep a daliophobia. I think I said it. I think I said it. Oh my god, my head hurts from laughing. It's the fear of long words. Oh my god. That is the funniest thing I've ever learned from these streams. And I've learned a lot from these streams. That might be the funniest. And I'm gonna put my hair up because I'm sweating. I'm sweating. Same as ibophobia being a fear of palindromes. Peak irony. That is very funny. That is so funny. Why? Why would they name it like that? That is funny as hell. Funny as hell. Oh my god. That's the biggest oxymoron I've ever seen. Okay. Rumi snorted, a laugh bursting out before she could stop it. And then there is, and then there's supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, because why not? Mira continued, clearly enjoying herself now. Now that is a good safe word. It might be a little hard to say, but it's a fun one. I mean, Bloody Mary is short enough, I guess. And pistachio, because apparently nut allergies stress her out. Sure, sure. Rumi covered her mouth, shoulders shaking. Those are very weird. She lowered her hand, smiling wide. But, she added thoughtfully, I kind of get it. And she did. Mira's expression softened, her voice dropping into something gentler. Mostly we check in with the light system. Mostly we check in with the light system, pretty much. And there it was. No pressure, no expectation, just quiet reassurance. Mira wasn't teasing her for not knowing things already. She wasn't measuring Rumi against Zoe's experience or some invisible standard Rumi had never been taught. She was meeting her exactly where she was. Rumi felt her heart swell so much it almost hurt. Mira leaned in and pressed a kiss to her cheek, soft, lingering, deliberate. I'm sorry again for explaining all this so late. We'll go more in depth with Zoe here, too. Rumi shook her head quickly, words tumbling out before the doubt could settle. Thank you for explaining it. She meant it more than she could say. Her chest felt warm, but tight, too, in that complicated way emotions sometimes landed. Mira and Zoe had years of shared language between them. Inside jokes, shorthand glances, entire conversations carried by tone alone. And Rumi was new, trying, hoping she wasn't out of her depth. But Mira looked at her like she wasn't behind at all. Seriously, Mira murmured, her thumb brushing slow, grounding strokes over Rumi's hand. If you have if you ever have questions about anything at all, talk to us. Okay, she said softly. She meant it, even if asking still made her cheeks warm, even if her voice sometimes shook when she tried. They reached campus sooner than Rumi wanted. The familiar paths branched off in opposite directions, and her feet slowed without her realizing, dragging like they were resisting the inevitable. Letting go of Mira's hand suddenly felt like dropping something precious. Mira noticed it immediately. She stopped, turned, and pulled Rumi in a warm, enveloping hug. Rumi melted into her without thinking, forehead resting against Mira's shoulder. She breathed her in, soap, warmth, something uniquely Mira, and wondered if she'd ever get used to how safe this felt. Not just comforted, chosen. I'll see you later, baby, Mira murmured into her hair. The pet name hit Rumi straight in the chest. She bit her lip hard to keep the smile from breaking her face open completely. Warmth flooded her, fluttery and light and deeply treasured in a way she wasn't sure she had words for yet. See you later, she whispered back. Love you. Mira pulled back just enough to kiss her, slow and lingering, the kind that wiped Rumi's thoughts clean. Her toes curled inside her shoes, a tiny sigh slipping out before she could stop it. Love you too, Mira breathed against her mouth. Rumi stole one more quick kiss, because she couldn't not, then finally forced herself to step back. If she stayed another second, she knew she'd find an excuse to stay all morning. She gave Mira a small wave, cheeks burning, heart racing. Mira waved back before turning toward her building. The moment Mira disappeared behind the doors, Rumi let out a long, shaky breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She lifted her fingers to her lips, pressing them there like she could still feel the warmth. This is my life now, she thought, dazed, being loved like this, wanted like this, guided without being controlled, included without being rushed. She still couldn't quite believe it. They're so sweet. They're so sweet. There's no pistachio emoji. They're so cutie patootie. I really like them. Oh, I'm also gonna take a little note. Take a little note. Oh, not that. Go back. Oh my god. Huh. That's from past streams. Huh. Interesting. Mm, okay. We wish that were us. Ah, sigh, 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 sigh. Who is here? Um, who is in the singles club, y'all? Who's in the singles club? Sigh. Me. Everyone say me. Yay, singles club. Sorry, not single. Well, damn. Oh, It's all good. We accept everyone here. Being single when they're all soft sucks. Real. Oh my god. Real as hell. Okay. I'm gonna drink some more water. Mm. I live vicariously through fictional care. Dude, dude, me too. The way I've like unpacked this in therapy, the way I've been like, I need to get out of these fictional worlds and into the real life. Hey, is it healthy? Probably not, but who cares? Well, I feel you. Oh yeah, it's raining outside. It's not here, so I don't care. No, the therapist is like me too. Oh god. It's so hard. It's so hard. Oh my god, you're watching it on mute, Tegan. Oh, I appreciate that. That's so sweet. It is here. It is here though. It counts for you. It is so easy to traumatize this fandom. First, it was oranges. Then it was rain. I'm gonna keep going. The dress stood on the form like it belonged there. Elegant lines, clean seams. The fabric fell exactly the way Mira had envisioned months ago, hugging the waist, cascading down in soft, deliberate folds. Every dart was placed with intention. Every stitch was neat. It was almost done. Mira circled it slowly, fingers grazing the fabric as if it might flinch under her touch. She adjusted a strap, smoothed a wrinkle that didn't really need smoothing, stepped back again. Still, something was missing. The classroom buzzed softly around her, low conversation drifting between tables, the rhythmic whir of sewing machines, scissors snipping fabric, pins clinking against metal trays. Someone cursed quietly when a thread tangled. Someone else laughed. Normal, busy, alive. Mira pushed herself back in her rolling chair and stared at the dress again, arms crossing over her chest. Her eyes traced every line like she might catch the mistake if she stared long enough. Nothing obvious stood out. That was the problem. She rolled over to her desk and flipped open her sketchbook, pages worn and soft at the edges. She compared the sketches to the dress, tilting her head, squinting, flipping back and forth. They matched. So why did it still feel wrong? She leaned back in her chair with a groan, head tipping toward the ceiling. You're killing me, she muttered under her breath, like the dress could hear her. This wasn't the fun kind of challenge. This was the kind that crawled under her skin and refused to name itself. Miss Kim's voice carried easily over the room, calm but commanding. Mira straightened instinctively as the professor walked down the aisle between tables, pausing to inspect students' work. Don't for- what's her voice? Don't forget, Miss Kim continued, addressing the class at large. We still have a couple of weeks before the event. And no, she smiled faintly. That is not a long time. It will be here before you know it. Mira swallowed. Miss Kim stopped at her station. Mira watched as her professor studied the dress over the rim of her glasses, eyes sharp, thoughtful, too perceptive. Mira had the irrational urge to explain herself before Miss Kim even spoke. This is excellent work, Mira, Miss Kim said at last, humming approvingly. Your construction is clean, your silhouette is strong. Mira smiled, small and automatic. Thanks, I feel like something's missing. Miss Kim raised a brow, intrigued. Missing how? Mira hesitated, fingers worrying the hem of her shorts. I don't know, she admitted. It just feels empty. She hated that answer. Vague, unhelpful, but it was the truth. Miss Kim tilted her head, considering. You're not stuck on technique, she said after a moment. You're stuck on intention. Mira blinked. You've executed what you planned very well, Miss Kim continued. But sometimes, when something feels unfinished, it's because the piece has said everything it can say, and you're asking it to say something more. Mira frowned slightly. That landed uncomfortably close to home. Step back, Miss Kim advised gently. Don't add just to add. Ask yourself what this dress is meant to feel like when someone sees it, when someone wears it. She rested a hand briefly on Mira's shoulder. You have a very intuitive, creative mind. Trust it. The answer will come. Mira swallowed and nodded. Right. She feels like my freaking acting teacher. Hi, Miles. She feels like my acting teacher just asking us questions, being like, "Okay, now identify the things you did and what you can be doing better. Figure it out for yourself." And I'm like, I think that was Cormac. Cormac Bluestone. Shout out Cormac Bluestone. Love that guy. Um, okay. Miss Kim glanced at her clipboard, then paused. Oh, by the way, I never received your form for guest invitations. Is your family attending the show? The question hit like a dropped stitch, sudden and sharp. Mira blinked, her mind scrambling to catch up. Her fingers tightened unconsciously in the fabric of her shorts. Uh, yeah, she said quickly, too quickly. They are. I just haven't had the chance to tell them yet. It kind of slipped my mind. She gestured vaguely to the side. I'll turn it in tomorrow. Miss Kim nodded, accepting the answer at face value. Very well. And just like that, she moved on to the next student. Mira stayed frozen for a beat longer than necessary. Then she let out a quiet sigh and rolled back to her desk, dropping her head forward until her forehead rested against the tabletop. She'd have to tell them. Today. The thought The thought sat heavy in her chest, the same way the dress had felt heavy on the form. Finished, but somehow unfinished too. Funny how that worked. It's always, if you're an artist, you can relate, I feel. Like, it's like, my high school acting teacher was like that. When the teacher's trying to give you a life lesson, but you're just thinking of dinner real. Listen, life lessons have their place. I mean, I went to fucking acting school, y'all. Yeah, like it was all like life lessons. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. Unfolding the paper slowly, Mira blinked down at the flyer, her hands trembling just enough that the edges rustled. She forced herself to breathe, to keep her eyes from betraying her, and jumping straight to the bottom of the page. Don't jump ahead, she told herself. Read it properly. Her eyes tried anyway, skimming downward, hunting for a yes or a no, but she forced herself back to the top. She swallowed and started reading, lips moving silently at first. Dear Mira Hong. Her heart thudded. Just seeing her name printed there made her chest tighten. She began pacing as she read, nerves buzzing through her limbs like static. Sitting still felt impossible, like if she stopped moving, the anticipation would swallow her whole. Dear Mira Hong, she read aloud, voice shaky at first, steadier as she continued. Thank you for applying to the Atelier Loon Emerging Designers Showcase. Her eyes skimmed the name and her breath stuttered. She knew that brand. Focus. To be held at the Maryline Pavilion. She went on, the venue name heavy and real and suddenly very close. We reviewed all submitted materials and were very pleased with your technical skill, as well as the video you provided detailing your passion for design. Her heart kicked up a notch. Don't get excited yet, she warned herself. They say nice things before they reject you. She kept going, breath shallow. Me and our team have carefully reviewed your Me and our team have carefully reviewed your submission and are very pleased with the craftsmanship of your designs, as well as the video you submitted explaining your creative process and passion for fashion. Mira swallowed hard. They'd watched the video. They'd listened to her ramble nervously about silhouettes and fabrics and why design felt like breathing to her. Her heart kicked harder, but she shook her head slightly, refusing to let herself smile yet. Keep reading. We were especially drawn to your eagerness to grow as a designer and the authenticity you bring to your work. Her steps slowed. Her throat felt tight now, eyes burning, not from tears, not yet, but from the sheer weight of being seen. Then, we have come to the conclusion that it would be an honor to welcome you. Mira froze. Her eyes dropped to the next line. As one of our selected designers for this year's showcase. She screamed. It came out strangled and breathless, a half laugh, half sob as she flopped backward onto her bed. The paper crinkled in her fist as she stared up at the ceiling, chest heaving. She got in. She really actually got in. Her legs kicked uselessly against the mattress as she pressed the letter to her chest, laughter bubbling up uncontrollably. This wasn't a school show. This wasn't folding chairs and fluorescent lights. This wasn't teachers smiling politely or classmates clapping out of obligation. This was real. A real venue, a real brand, people who didn't know her and chose her anyway. A chance to see what this could actually look like, what she could actually be. After a minute, she sat up again, wiping her face, hands still shaking as she looked back down at the date printed near the bottom. Her stomach dropped. She bolted upright, scrambling for the family tablet like it might disappear if she didn't grab it fast enough. Her fingers flew over the screen as she pulled up her parents' schedule, heart pounding in a completely different way now. Please, she thought, just this once. Her parents had missed most of her shows. She'd learned not to expect them, learned how to dull the disappointment before it could fully bloom. It didn't hurt as much anymore, but this time, this one mattered. This was the first time something this big had chosen her. She stared at the calendar, heart pounding, already bracing herself for whatever she'd see. Because even in her biggest moment of pride, the first thing she wanted was the same thing she always wanted, for them to show up. Please, just this once. She scrolled further down the calendar, heart pounding harder with every flick of her thumb. Closer, closer, and then there it was. The day of the show sat wide open. No meetings, no trips, no overlapping obligations. They're free. The thought hit her so fast she didn't stop to question it. Mira shot out of her room and down the hallway, socks sliding against the floor. She didn't bother knocking, just burst into the home office, breathless and glowing. Both of her parents looked up, startled. What is it? Her dad asked. Can you come to my fashion show? The words spilled out all at once, tumbling over each other. I got picked by this really big brand and they chose me and it's a huge deal and it's at this big center and she crossed the room and shoved the tablet between them, finger stabbing at the date. You're free that day. You're actually free. So you really don't have a reason to miss it. Her mother blinked and leaned closer, fingers slowing on the keyboard as she scanned the calendar. Huh, she said after a moment. Well, it does say we're free. Mira's heart leapt. Her father leaned over too, nodding. Seems so. Just make sure you remind us beforehand, okay? Remind. The word barely registered. hope drowning it out completely. So, you're really going to go? Mira asked, voice too bright, too careful, like if she said it wrong, it might vanish. Two nods. That was all it took. Her chest filled with something warm and fizzy, excitement buzzing under her skin. She turned toward the door, already imagining it, spotting them in the crowd, knowing exactly where to look. Then she hesitated. Her mother had already turned back to her screen, typing like nothing monumental had just happened. Mira swallowed. She stepped closer, fingers twisting together. Mom? Her voice came out smaller. Do you promise you'll be there? Her mother didn't respond. She didn't hear you, Mira told herself quickly. Just ask again. She tapped her mom's shoulder gently. Mom, do you promise? Her mother looked up, mildly annoyed. Promise what? Mira's stomach dipped. Promise you'll come, she said softly. I just, I need to hear it. Her mother sighed, rubbing her temple. You and this nonsense, she said, shaking her head. Fine, I promise. Now go. I have work to do. It wasn't it wasn't said unkindly. I did say it a bit unkindly. I'm sorry. It just wasn't said carefully. Mira nodded quickly, turning to her father. You too? Do you promise? He waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, what your mother said. That was enough. Mira left the room grinning, heart light as she walked back toward her bedroom. She slowed outside her brother's door, hand hovering over the knob. I want everyone there, she thought. Just this once. Gyung? Gyung. Yeah, I'm guessing. Gyung, she called softly as she pushed open his door. He was hunched over his desk, shoulders tight, pencil moving fast across the page. He looked up with a frown. Do you not know what knocking is? Mira ignored that and stepped fully into the room, hands clasped behind her back like she was bracing herself. You have to come to my fashion show. Mom and Dad are going to be there, so you have to too. He scoffed and turned back to his work. You're ridiculous. Her chest dipped just a little. She swallowed. Please? There it was, the word she hated using because it meant she cared too much. He paused, pencil hovering. After a second, he sighed. If I'm not busy with piano lessons, then sure. Okay, Mira beamed instantly, relief flooding her so fast it almost made her dizzy. She stayed where she was, though, too still, too quiet. Gyung glanced back at her. What else do you need, Mira? She shifted her weight, chewing on the inside of her cheek. Her fingers twisted together. Just promise me you'll go? He raised an eyebrow. What are you, 7? Her face heated. Just promise me. Gosh, why do you have to be so difficult? He rolled his eyes dramatically. Fine, I promise. There, happy? Now get out of my room. I am happy, she shot back, grinning wide as she turned toward the door. See, that wasn't so hard. She paused only long enough to add, That's why you're going to start balding before you turn 20. Get out, he yelled. But she was already gone, laughter bubbling out of her as she ran. I know what's coming. Mira flopped onto her bed with a breathless sigh, staring up at the ceiling. Her chest felt light, buzzing with excitement. They're all coming, she thought. All of them. Her mind raced ahead. Fabric choices, silhouettes, colors, everything had to be perfect. It would be perfect. She'd make sure of it. Then, uninvited, her thoughts drifted. Sophie. She liked Sophie. She was kind and funny and had those pretty eyes that always seemed to sparkle when she smiled. Talking to her made Mira's stomach do this strange little flip she didn't fully understand, but definitely didn't hate. Mira remembered what Sophie had said a while back in the fashion club room. They'd been cleaning side by side, sweeping scraps of fabric and thread into small piles. Baby gay, Mira. Mira had been staring at the door, lost in her thoughts, questions swirling in her head. She didn't quite know how to ask. Careful, Sophie had muttered, amusement in her voice. You keep staring like that and you might burn a hole through the floor. Mira startled, ears immediately turning pink. She gripped the broom tighter. Sorry, I just. She hesitated, then looked up at her. How do you do it? Sophie raised a brow, clearly entertained. Wow, can't believe no one ever taught you this, but there's this thing called the birds and the bees. Not that, dummy. Mira shoved her lightly, face burning as Sophie laughed. Okay. Sophie grinned. Then what? Mira's heart thudded painfully against her ribs, sharp enough that it almost made her wince. She clicked her tongue and shook her head. Nothing. Never mind. She turned back to sweeping, gripping the broom a little too tight. The bristles scraped loudly against the floor, the sound grounding. Simple, repetitive, something she could control. If she focused hard enough, maybe the feeling in her chest would go away. It didn't. Sophie immediately bumped into her side with an exaggerated groan. Nope, you have to tell me. Mira shuffled sideways, trying to escape, but Sophie followed, knocking into her again. No, it's stupid. I'll be the judge of that. Another bump. Stop it, Mira laughed, nearly tipping as the broom caught against her shoe. Not until you tell me. Not until you tell me. Mira groaned and threw her head back. God, you're so annoying. She paused, then sighed. Fine, I'll tell you, since you want to know so bad. Sophie's grin softened as she stepped closer, curiosity bright in her eyes, but not sharp, just open, expectant. Mira suddenly wished she hadn't agreed. She twisted the broom handle in her hands, staring at the scuff mark on the floor like it might hand her the right words if she looked long enough. Just say it, she told herself. It's not even that serious. But her throat felt tight anyway. She glanced up and immediately flinched. Sophie was watching her so softly, so patiently, like she had all the time in the world and was willing to spend every second of it waiting for Mira. That somehow made it worse. Oh, don't look at me like that, Mira blurted, face burning as she reached out and pushed Sophie's cheek away. Sophie laughed, warm and unoffended, and instead caught Mira's wrist, tugging her gently back. Sorry, I just follow basic conversation etiquette, you know? Eye contact, letting the other person know I'm listening, giving you my undivided attention. Very basic human interaction stuff. Mira scowled at her, though her pulse was doing something traitorous in her throat. Sophie tilted her head. You gonna tell me, or should I keep harassing you? Mira sighed, her shoulders slumped. She swallowed once, then twice. How do you. She started, then stopped. She huffed quietly, frustrated. How do you make your parents actually show up? The words felt strange in her mouth, like she wasn't used to shaping them out loud. Sophie didn't interrupt. Mira kept going, voice picking up speed like if she said it fast enough, it wouldn't hurt. Like they always come to the shows, every single one. They sit there and clap and bring flowers and stuff. And she cut herself off, jaw tightening. I just wanted to know how you do it. Her gaze dropped to the floor. Because mine don't. The silence that followed stretched too long. Mira's stomach twisted. Great. Now I've made it awkward. She shifted her weight, fingers tightened around the broom handle. She was already bracing herself for the usual, some half joke, a shrug, something easy and dismissive that would make her dramatic for even asking. When she looked up, Sophie wasn't laughing. She wasn't teasing either. She was just staring at her, not unkindly, not exactly sad, just strange, like Mira had said something Sophie hadn't been prepared to hear, like she was searching Mira's face for something and not quite finding it. Mira's chest tightened. Why is she looking at me like that? Sophie shifted closer without really meaning to, her fingers still hooked loosely around Mira's wrist. She fidgeted there, thumb brushing back and forth in a small, absent motion, like she needed to ground herself. I always make sure they promise me, Sophie said finally. Mira blinked. Promise? Sophie nodded, the corner of her mouth lifting, but the smile didn't feel playful. It felt practiced. Yeah, you can't break a promise. It's like, she huffed softly, illegal. Mira let out a small, uncertain snort, more reflex than humor. That was it. She watched Sophie's face carefully, trying to figure out what she was missing. Something about this felt wrong. Not bad, just misaligned. Like she'd asked a simple question and gotten an answer meant for something else. Mira waited for her to say more. When she didn't, Mira let out a small, disbelieving huff. That's it? You just ask for a promise? Pretty much. That doesn't seem like it would work. Promises are kind of a big deal. She brushed her thumb lightly over Mira's wrist, grounding. It's not just saying you'll be there, it's saying, I won't forget you. It's something, it's someone choosing you ahead of time. Mira's chest tightened. She nodded slowly, like she was filing the idea away somewhere fragile, somewhere that already had too many cracks. She tried not to think about how warm Sophie's hand felt around her wrist, or how her heart fluttered rapidly at the idea that something as simple as a promise could make someone stay. And to make it hit harder, Sophie added softly, like she was letting Mira in on a secret instead of giving advice. You make it a pinky promise. These fucking pinky promises, y'all. These fucking pinky promises. Get out of here. Get away from me. Get away from me. Me no want pinky promises right now. Me no want pinky prom. We don't mean. Anyway. Anyway, who cares? Who cares? She lifted her hand between them. Her pinky hovered there for a second, waiting. A pinky promise, Sophie said. Those are special. You really can't break those. Mira stared at the offered finger like it might disappear if she didn't look fast enough. Slowly, she hooked her own pinky around Sophie's. The gesture was small, childish, maybe, but the moment their fingers linked, something warm and unfamiliar curled in Mira's chest. A pinky promise, Mira murmured, mostly to herself. She rolled the words around in her head. Promise, really can't break. It sounded solid, like something that stayed where you put it. She glanced up at Sophie and smiled, hopeful, bright in that unguarded way she didn't always let herself be. Okay, she said. I think I'll try it. Thanks, Sophie. For a split second, Sophie didn't smile back. Her expression flickered, something passing behind her eyes too quickly for Mira to name. Not pity, not doubt exactly, just knowing. Then Sophie sighed quietly and smiled anyway. Before Mira could question it, Sophie stepped forward and pulled her into a hug. Mira stiffened in surprise. In surprise, What are you doing?" Sophie's arms tightened just a little, careful but firm, like she was afraid Mira might slip away if she didn't hold on properly. She rested her chin near Mira's shoulder and let out a soft, shaky breath. I'm sorry, she murmured. The words were gentle, too gentle. Mira frowned, confusion knitting her brows as she stood there, frozen in Sophie's arms. Sorry for what? Sophie didn't answer right away. She just held her for another second, longer than a casual hug, shorter than a confession, before finally pulling back. Her smile returned, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Sophie just shook her head softly and squeezed Mira's hand once before letting go completely. As they went back to cleaning, Mira kept replaying it in her head. The pause, the hug, the apology that didn't explain itself. She didn't understand why Sophie had looked at her like that. Oh, my baby. Oh, my darling, sweet, sweet summer child. Oh, baby, 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 baby. Oh. You break a pinky promise, I throw you on the ice. The cold will kill the pinky that once betrayed your friend. The frost will freeze your tongue off so you never lie again. Mira knows what she likes. Is that like a thing you say while making a pinky promise? Because I haven't heard of that. So what is that? Okay. Hi, Ginu. Oh my God, Ginu is here. You make a pinky promise, you keep it all your life. You break a pinky promise, I throw you on the ice. The cold will kill the pinky that once betrayed your friend. The frost will freeze your tongue off so you never lie again. Bars. Pinky promises are serious business. That's bars. These it's crazy because she's a Zoe copy. Mira definitely has a type. No, I was making a like more nasal voice for her. I was like, what if she sounded like Zoe? So I'm glad that she's a Zoe copy. Oh, there are like multiple. Toss always does such a good job with the OCs. They fit in so naturally. Oh my God, Tegan's back. Hi, Tegan. I noticed. Toss, you and I, we're connected. I see you. I see you. Okay, let me rest my voice a little. I need that damn yujacha. I need that damn yujacha. I need to buy some same wavelength for real. Hydrate or die straight. Amen. I said this before in a stream, but like I have been saying that in real life, forgetting that not all people are gay. I'm like sorry. Oh, break the promise and your pinky gets broken. Yeah. I don't know. I have I ever like done an actual pinky promise? I'm thinking. Probably not. My life was not that dramatic as a child. Yeah. I don't know. The one thing that I'll never forget is one of my friends or like someone who used to be my friend. Like we were like we were children. We were so young. She was like, "Oh, I have a secret, but you can't tell anyone. I'm actually a vampire." And like she made me promise not to tell anyone, and that was the secret. So that was the most dramatic my life got. I had a boring childhood. Edward Cullen type shit. Boo, I appear again. Hi, Reeve. We're talking about child vampires. No, we're talking about pinky promises. If you put a pinky promise in the art of spoiling pretty girls, Reeve, you might as well kill me. Child one now. Don't worry about it. I pinky promise all the time. Okay. I'm just it is so easy to traumatize me. Takes notes. Please do, Reeve. Please do it. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Hi, Reeve. Nice to see you. I am gonna keep going on because I did take I did yap a lot. All the authors ganging up on us. As they do, as they do. The applause was still ringing in her ears when she stumbled out the side doors. It followed her like a ghost. Muffled cheers, laughter, the scrape of chairs, someone calling another kid's name with pride swelling in their voice. The door slammed shut behind her, and suddenly it was just cold and quiet and too much space. Mira sucked in a breath that hurt. The night air clawed down her throat. She yanked her jacket closed with shaking hands, the zipper catching halfway. She cursed under her breath and tugged harder until it gave, metal scraping loud in the silence. Her face felt tight, sticky. When she wiped at her eyes, her fingers came away black. Great, of course. She scrubbed harder, smearing it worse, not caring. Tears kept spilling anyway, hot and relentless, blurring the world until the lights outside the building fractured into long, streaky smears. Everyone say, fuck the Kong family! Fuck the Hong family in this one. Oh, I keep thinking that Mira's canon last name is Kang when it's not. It's Hong here. Fuck the Hong family! Mm, her chest seized, breath stuttering like it couldn't decide whether to scream or sob. She turned in a slow circle, scanning the parking lot like she might still see them walking toward her, late but smiling, arms raised in apology. Nothing. No familiar car, no hurried footsteps, no dad with his hands in his pockets, no mom pretending she wasn't flustered, no Gyung trailing behind them, bored but there. Nothing. They didn't come, she whispered, disbelief curling her words. They lied. A hollow laugh tore out of her throat, broken and sharp. God, I'm so stupid, she muttered aloud, voice wobbling. Stupid. Stupid for believing it this time, for thinking this show would be any different, that she would be different enough to matter. How many times had she told herself that before? She pressed her back to the brick wall of the building and slid down until she hit the concrete, knees pulled to her chest. The dress she'd poured herself crumpled beneath her, and she didn't even care. They promised. A sound tore out of her chest, ugly, broken animal. She pressed her fist into her mouth to try and choke it back and failed. They had one job, just one. Show up, sit there, look at her, let her see their faces in the crowd and know that she wasn't invisible. Damn, okay, you're hitting hard now. Okay, okay, okay. Her fingers trembled as she dug into her jacket pocket, nearly dropping her phone when she pulled it out. The screen was cracked, spiderwebbed from an old accident. Tears splattered onto it as she wiped at her eyes and tried to steady her hands enough to type in her pin. Her hands wouldn't stop shaking. Come on, she hissed, punching in her pin. Wrong. She laughed, sharp and hysterical, swiping at her eyes. Of course, of course. The phone finally unlocked. She didn't even think, just hit the first familiar name. It rang once, twice. Her breathing sped up, shallow and panicked, like she was already drowning. Oh, hell, where the fuck were you guys? Mira choked out, the words ripping out of her before she could stop them. There was silence, not the comforting kind. Mira, her mother started carefully. We had a business meeting come up last minute. It couldn't be helped. Bullshit! Mira shot up to her feet, pacing now, one hand clawing into her hair. That's bullshit, and you know it. You said you were free. I checked the calendar. I made you promise. People passed by her, students, parents, strangers, but she didn't care. She let them stare, let them hear. She was already falling apart. Mira, lower your voice. No! Her voice cracked completely, splintering. You don't get to tell me that right now. You don't get to tell me anything. She turned in a circle again, chest heaving, like maybe if she kept moving, she wouldn't completely fall apart. I'm your daughter, she sobbed, jabbing her finger against her chest. You were supposed to come. Mira, her mother warned, tone snapping cold through the speaker. Watch your tone. You don't talk to your mother like. No! Mira shouted, voice breaking completely. As my mother, you should have shown up for me. That's your job. But you can't even do something that simple, can you? Her vision blurred again, tears flooding over as her chest heaved. Every time, she gasped. Every single time you say you'll be there and you're not. Do you have any idea what that feels like? To look out and not see you? To feel like I don't even exist? Her throat burned. Her words were tripping over each other now, half formed, desperate. I looked for you, she cried. I looked for all of you. I kept thinking maybe you were just late, maybe you were parking, maybe you were stuck in traffic, and I just had to wait one more minute and then I'd see you. Her voice gave out completely. She bent forward, hands braced on her knees, gasping for air like she'd run a mile. I opened the show, she whispered hoarsely. Do you know that? I was first. I walked out there and everyone was clapping and smiling, and all I could think was, where are they? Mira, sweetheart. Don't call me that! She screamed. Don't you fucking call me that when you weren't there! Her vision tunneled. She felt lightheaded, dizzy, like the ground wasn't solid anymore. I needed you, she sobbed. I needed you this time. This wasn't some stupid school thing. This was real. This mattered. I mattered. Mira, watch your language. No, she said, voice shaking violently. You watch yours, because I'm done pretending this doesn't hurt. Her breaths came in sharp, painful bursts. If I'm such a problem, she cried, words tumbling out faster and faster. If I'm so easy to forget, then why did you even have me? Why did you keep me if you didn't want to show up for me? Silence. Her breathing went erratic, bordering on a sobbing hyperventilation. Her hands shook so badly she nearly dropped the phone. I hate you, she sobbed. God, I hate you so much. I hate that I keep believing you. I hate that I keep hoping. Mira, that's enough. Her mother's voice exploded through the speaker, loud and furious, sharp enough to make Mira flinch like she'd been struck. Mira froze. Her breath hitched painfully in her throat, a broken sound caught halfway between a sob and a scream. She stared down at the phone, chest aching, ears ringing, and for a horrible second, she felt very, very small. I am sick of this, her mother snapped, words tight with anger. I am sick of your dramatics, your accusations, your constant need for attention. You act like the world revolves around you, like we owe you something every time you decide to get emotional. Mira's vision blurred. You're not a child anymore, her mother went on, voice hardening. Throwing a tantrum because you didn't get the attention you wanted is embarrassing. Honestly, listening to you right now, she paused, exhaling sharply. It's exhausting. Ooh! We are killing you! We are killing you! We are freaking throwing stones at you! We are throwing stones at you! Oh my god, this bitch! Holy shit! Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you have any idea how embarrassing this is? Her mother went on, crying, yelling, acting like we're monsters because we didn't clap for you one night. Maybe it's a good thing we weren't there. I would have been humiliated to be seen with you behaving like this. The words landed heavy, final. Mira's hands curled into fists. For a moment, she wanted to scream, to fight back, to defend the part of herself that was still begging to be loved. But nothing came out. "You're being dramatic and disrespectful," her mother said flatly. "Your father is on his way to pick you up. We'll discuss this at home when you've calmed down and can speak like an adult." Click. The line went dead. Here it comes! Here it comes! I'm the new roomie. I'm gonna punch that woman in the face. I'm gonna punch that woman in the face! Ah! We are killing them! We are killing them with hammers! Ah! I'll get the car. Mira, get behind me. Oh my god. Asshole. Asshole bitch. Is everything all right at home? No! I have a bag of bricks. I can borrow. I'll love to get some bricks. Wait, you guys are sweet. Shut up. I can't relieve this. I have a tank. Okay. My head hurts. Click. The line went dead. Mira sat against the wall, shaking slightly, her phone dead in her hand. The echoes of her mother's voice still burned in her ears. "But you guys promised me." Her voice was a fragile croak, almost swallowed by the night air. She curled into herself, arms wrapped around her legs as tears leaked down, warm and relentless, soaking her jacket and dripping onto the concrete. Her eyes drifted down to her hand, the pinky, the pinky sticking out like a fragile lifeline. Maybe, maybe that's why it didn't work. Her throat tightened. Because she didn't pinky promise it. Sophie was wrong. She promised. They didn't. Mira's fingers flexed, trembling. Her mind swirled with every tiny memory of past promises broken, every time she'd hoped and been let down. Her father's nods, her mother's distracted typing, Gyung's shrug. The pattern stretched before her like a frozen reel. She'd always been the one to carry the weight of wanting them to care, wanting them to be there. She closed her eyes, let herself shiver, let herself feel everything she had been holding back for years: the little girl disappointment, the frustration, the suffocating ache of feeling invisible even when she was screaming for attention. And then it clicked, slow and painful. That's why Sophie looked at me like that. That's why she said sorry. Her lips trembled. It wasn't that Sophie was judging. She knew. She understood. She saw it. And Mira, who had been too caught up in her own heartache to realize it. A shaky breath escaped her. She unclenched her hand, staring at the pinky. It was small, fragile. Maybe a promise wasn't about whether someone could keep it. It was about whether they understood what it meant to you. Mira's head rested against her knees again, but this time there was a sliver of stillness in the chaos, a quiet ache that felt softer, not fixed, not okay, but a little less like she was standing in the dark alone. She would remember. She would remember how it felt to be left behind. She would remember why she needed more than words from now on. Because promises, she realized, only worked when someone cared enough to keep them. And tonight, they hadn't. We are killing her parents so hard. When I catch Mira's parents, when I catch Mira's parents. Mm, mm. Listen, y'all. My parents came to another country to see me perform my last college show. They have no excuse. They have no excuse. They didn't come to a lot of my shows, I must say. But they did come to my last call show. Imagine there was a real life idol, people knew all these things actually happened to them. Here's my extra bricks. Hello. Mira's parents, come here. I need you to meet my fists. I'm just gonna check the comments real quick. We had a hiccup of fluff and 1,000 bricks of angst. I mean, what do you expect from Mira's family, though? My Shayla. Oh, where are Mira's parents? I have them in a bag. Laughing is the only thing you can do, Emily. Laughing is the only defense mechanism. The whole something came up last minute excuse always pisses me off. Yeah. Like, is it real sometimes? Yeah, but this is your daughter. This is your daughter. If you promise something, you follow through. You follow through. Things come up. But like, be for real. No, because unless it's an actual emergency, it just means you care more about the other thing. Yeah. Oh, we had a last minute meeting come up. Reschedule it. Reschedule it. You knew this was coming up. You just don't care. Just say you don't care. Just say you don't care. I'm gonna have a little sip and then be back because I want some fluff. I want some fluff, goddammit. At this moment, I'm saying, move out of the way, Rumi. It's my turn. Real as hell. I'm gonna take a little note. I've missed getting to do like screamy shit on live because like when the angst was at its like highest level in Two's company, I was doing a lot of like screamy, like like crying stuff. And I miss doing that, so I'm happy that I get to do that again. Lots of fluff. Yep. Oh yes, fluff. That's only coming out, guys. No, guys, no, 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 no. Please, please, nor. Oh nor. Oh nor. Oh nor. Oh well. Alas, alas. Okay, Toss, give me it. Just hit me in the face, won't you? Just hit me in the face. The what do you mean while spinning in your chair? What do you mean? Oh, oh no. Yes, okay. Rumi, baby, I need you for a second. Zoe's voice came down the hall, half laughing, half breathless, like she just had a thought she absolutely could not sit with alone. She stumbled into Rumi's room without knocking, momentum carrying her a few steps in before she stopped. Rumi looked up from the book balanced on her knees, a bookmark still tucked between her fingers. Hmm? Zoe hovered there for a second, rocking on her heels. Okay, don't overthink it, just ask. Do you want to be my canvas? She squinted, thinking. For like maybe an hour? Is she gonna. Okay, Rumi blinked once. Then her lips curved into that soft, trusting smile that always made Zoe's chest feel too full. Sure? That easy yes did something dangerous to Zoe's heart. Perfect! Zoe grinned, already moving. Grabbed Rumi's hand without a second thought and tugged her toward the living room. Come on, sit. I'll be right back. She barely waited to see Rumi settle on the couch before darting back into her room, yanking her paint bag from under the desk. Brushes clinked together as she jogged back, nearly tripping over the rug before dumping everything onto the cushion beside Rumi. Purples, blues, deep indigo, soft lavender, colors she'd been hoarding for something that felt right. Sorry, this is coming so full circle to me right now because remember when Zoe was in class and like she was drawing. She was drawing and she was like, "Oh my god, why am I drawing Rumi? Oh my god, oh no, oh no, oh no." So this is so full circle to me. Okay. She laid out the palette, squeezing paint in uneven little blobs, way more than she needed. Better too much than not enough, she told herself, even though she knew that wasn't really the reason her hands were shaking. So, Zoe said lightly, glancing up at Rumi. I can draw on you, yeah? Rumi nodded, calm as ever. Is it a project you have to do? Zoe smiled and shifted closer. Then, without thinking too hard about it, settled onto Ruby's lap. The familiar warmth grounded her instantly. Yeah, she hummed. Thought I'd spice it up a little. And also because I like the idea of this being you, she added silently. She picked up a flat headed brush, dipping it into a rich purple, watching the bristles soak it up. Her thumb rubbed absently against the handle, steadying herself. Lift up your sleeves for me? Zoe asked softly, suddenly aware of how intimate that request was. Rumi did it without hesitation. Zoe's chest tightened. She leaned in and drew the first line down Rumi's shoulder, slow, deliberate. The paint was cool against warm skin, and she felt Rumi shiver beneath her touch. Cold? Zoe murmured, glancing up instinctively. Rumi smiled. A little. Zoe softened, brushing her thumb just beside the painted line like she could warm it through touch alone. God, she thought, she trusts me so much. What design are you doing? Rumi asked. Zoe paused, eyes tracing the beginnings of the shape in her head before it ever fully formed on skin. She looked up and smiled, small, fond, just a little secretive. You'll see. And she went back to painting, slower now, more careful, every brush every brush stroke feeling like something she wanted to remember. They stayed like that for nearly an hour. Zoe settled comfortably in Rumi's lap, Rumi quiet and patient beneath her, watching every careful movement. The room was warm, hushed, the kind of silence that felt safe instead of awkward. Zoe switched to a smaller brush, the bristles barely whispering as she traced along the pale lines of Rumi's scars. Where the scars branched, she followed them gently, turning each line into a stem, letting tiny flowers bloom along their paths, petals curling outward, soft and deliberate, like they had always been meant to grow there. She'd been nervous at first, worried the touch might be too much, that Rumi would flinch or pull away. But she hadn't. She'd just watched Zoe work with that quiet, unreadable focus that always made Zoe's chest tighten in a way she didn't have a name for. Halfway through, Zoe had a feeling Rumi knew this wasn't just about paint. So she took a breath and started talking. There's this anime I've been watching, she said, trying to sound casual, like her heart wasn't thudding too hard against her ribs. And there's this character, she's really strong, like ridiculously strong, carries a sword that's basically twice her size, no problem. She dipped the brush again, steadying her hand as she followed the curve of a scar along Rumi's arm, adding another flower where the line thinned, small, careful petals, as if she were honoring the space instead of covering it. But the thing that stuck with me wasn't even the sword, Zoe continued, voice softer now. It was her body. She had these markings, patterns all over her, and at first she's ashamed of them, tries to hide them, acts like there's something ugly or wrong. Zoe lifted Rumi's arm gently, angling it toward the light, painting tiny flowers along the scars until the lines looked less like damage and more like something deliberate, intentional, alive. And then later on, Zoe said, brushing one last flower into place, she learns they're not something to be embarrassed about. They're part of her. Proof she survived things. Proof she's still standing. Her voice dipped, almost reverent. And when she finally embraces them, Zoe finished, glancing down at her work, at the flowers blooming where pain once lived, they become powerful. Her throat tightened. I don't know, she murmured, brushing across Rumi's wrist now, softer. I just, when I look at you, that's what I see. Not damage, not something broken. I see strength. I see someone who went through hell and came out the other side and is still kind, still gentle. She hesitated, then added, more earnestly, I wanted to turn your scars into something that looked like what they already are to me. Something beautiful, something badass, something yours. The brush paused. Zoe's ears burned. Sorry if that sounds dumb. It's not. Rumi's voice cut through her instantly. Zoe looked up. Rumi was staring at her in that way she did when she was holding herself together by sheer will, eyes glossy but steady, mouth pressed tight like if she spoke too much, she'd break. Zoe's heart ached. After this, Rumi said softly, could I maybe see the character? Zoe's face split into the biggest grin before she could stop it. Yes, absolutely. You're watching the show with me now. That's non negotiable. Rumi laughed quietly and nodded. Okay. She leaned in first, pressing a slow, deliberate kiss to Zoe's lips. Grateful, grounding. Zoe kissed her back without thinking. Once, twice, unable to help herself. When I tell you, she's cool, she murmured against Rumi's mouth, smiling. You're going to love her. Oh my god, they're so everything to me. I wonder what anime she watched with parents. Me too. I'm like, is that an actual anime or is that made up? And her dead boyfriend might be in that sword, by the way. No, I'm thinking, is it an actual anime we're talking about, or is it a K-pop Demon Hunters reference? I don't know. Or is it made up? Zoe watching KPDH. Wait, is this fucking play about us? Okay. Is it K-pop Demon Hunters? I assume the movie already. It's made up. Okay, yeah. Okay, I was like, I did think it was like K-pop Demon Hunters for a second, but it also makes sense that it's made up. Let's like, yeah, because it's supposed to be an anime. So I was just, my brain was like, I wonder. What's up, Coquito? What's up? Also, I kept seeing stuff in the. I assume. Wait, it's made up. Straight off the movie in anime form. I wonder what show. Yeah. It's so cute. I love when they're soft. I loved when they're soft. I love when they're soft. Also, I saw for a second that a friend joined, but I don't know if they're still here. They might have left. I think they left. I like how you said coquito. Coquito. What are you reading? I'm reading Two's Company, chapter 39. Okay, I'm gonna have a little drink of water, a little sip of water, and I'll be back. Oh my god, KPDH anime series. Oh my god, you know how they did the Scott Pilgrim anime series? I need that, but for KPDH. I need that, but for K-pop Demon Hunters. I mean, yes, we are getting a short, we are getting 2 sequels, but I actually need a series now. because I want. The Scott Pilgrim anime was so good. It was so good. Anyway, I should rewatch Scott Pilgrim. Not specifically the anime, but just I like Scott Pilgrim. I should read Scott Pilgrim now that I'm thinking about it. You have no idea how much I want KPDH 2D series. Oh, ooh. In between Arcane KPDH and the cinematic for Valorant, I'm ruined. Real. KPDH 2D series might be so interesting. Like 2D, I have such a love for 2D animation. Like I want to show my several times poster right there. My Gravity Falls poster. I also had a Star Wars: The Force of Evil poster, but I think that's in my box. I should put that up. I had like two Gravity Falls posters. That was my shit. I should watch Shira. I am very bad at things. I'm very bad at watching things sometimes. I should watch Shira. I have not seen it. Audrey singing Toxic for Valorant almost ended me. Okay, I like started listening to that and then I was like, kicking my feet, giggling, kicking my feet. I should actually listen to it because I started listening to it and then I stopped because I was like, also I don't play Valorant, so like I don't have like any interest in playing Valorant. So I was like, okay, I'll listen to it later. I know they're taking Shira off of Netflix. I saw that news. It's so stupid. Netflix is dumb. I mean, streaming platforms are dumb when it comes to animated stuff. Dude, I was drooling. Audrey is so hot. Yes. The way they're all so hot. Yesterday, I was losing it over Rayami. I'm always losing it over like all of them. I'm like, oh my god, they're like the most beautiful women I've ever seen in the world. Bye, Emily. Thank you. Yo-ho, yo-ho. What is that a response to? Gonna be impossible to watch without the M. Raise my yo. How does that song go? Sorry, you said yo-ho, and now I'm thinking of an aria I was singing. Yo, yo, yo. What note does it start? Yo ho ho eh, ho ho eh. I it's like in the ship. I'm sorry, you said yo-ho, and now I'm like thinking about opera. Anyway. The feeling they really are so hot. Okay, I'll keep going. I get distracted so easily. The feeling of wet clay giving way beneath her fingers soothed Mira in the same way cooking did, where she could just where she could shut off the part of her brain that overthought everything and just do. No expectations, no words she had to find. She'd walked into Cindy's pottery studio, fully intending to invite her to the show. Cindy! 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 Let's go, she's back. She'd even practiced it in her head over the on the drive over. Hey, my fashion show's coming up. I'd really love it if you came. Simple, casual, no pressure. And then she'd stepped inside, smelled the damp earth and glaze and warm coffee, heard the low hum of spinning wheels, and chickened out. Somehow the words had twisted in her mouth, turned into something safer. Another session, she'd said instead. Cindy hadn't questioned it, just smiled and handed her an apron like always. Coward. The thought surfaced, dull and familiar, but it didn't sting as much here. At least her hands were busy now. The wheels spun steadily beneath her palms, a quiet, rhythmic whir that vibrated up her arms. The clay was cool and slick, wobbling slightly, still imperfect, still learning her touch. Easy, she murmured to herself, more instinct than sound. She wet her fingers again and pressed them gently into the center, thumbs guiding the hollow as the clay slowly opened. It fought her a little, bulging unevenly on one side, and she adjusted, nudging it back into place with the side of her hand, using the wooden rib to smooth the side, stretching the form outward, careful not to thin it too much like the way Cindy had shown her. Not too much pressure. Let it move where it wants to go. The bowl began to take shape, lopsided, but recognizably a bowl. Mira watched the walls stretch upward as the wheel spun, the motion almost hypnotic. She exhaled. Her shoulders loosened without her realizing they'd been tight. She wasn't good at this. Not like sewing, not like cooking. Skills she'd earned through years of repetition and stubborn patience. Sewing was controlled, precise. Cooking was heat and timing and instinct. Pottery was unfamiliar, something she couldn't perfect by sheer control alone. Pottery was surrender. You couldn't force it. If you tried, the whole thing collapsed. It required listening. The bowl wasn't perfect. She almost corrected it, then stopped herself. Cindy had told her last time, don't erase every flaw. You'll end up erasing the whole piece. Mira let the unevenness stay. She liked that about pottery, that it didn't reward perfectionism, that it asked for patience instead of control, that it forced her to stay in her body when her mind wanted to run. The wheel kept spinning. Her hands stayed busy. And for a few precious minutes, she didn't think about the show, or the forms she hadn't turned in, or how her chest tightened every time she imagined asking Rumi and Zoe to come watch her stand under bright lights again. She wasn't ready yet. But the bowl was. When she finally leaned back, breath slow and steady, she realized how loose her shoulders felt, how calm her hands were, even when they were covered in clay. She still wasn't used to how something so simple could quiet her so completely. But for now, she didn't mind learning. Cindy came back from the storage room, wiping her hands on a paper towel as she went. She paused when she reached Mira, eyes flicking down to the bowl she was working on, and a soft smile tugged at her mouth. You're getting really good at this. I don't remember Cindy's voice. You're getting really good at this. Cindy said warmly. Whatever. I knew you'd like something like this. Mira felt heat creep up the back of her neck. She ducked her head without thinking, shoulders hunching just a little, the way they always did when praise caught her off guard. Cindy's compliments still did that to her, still made her feel small and shy and strangely proud all at once, like she was a kid helping in the kitchen again, standing beside the counter, hoping she was doing it right. I try, she murmured. She turned off the wheel and stood, rubbing her palms against her apron. Cindy didn't move away. Instead, she studied her for a moment, expression soft but sharp in that way that made Mira feel seen in the worst and best possible sense. So, she said gently, what's going on? You've been quieter than usual today. Mira exhaled through her nose. Of course, she noticed. Nothing ever really got past her. She fiddled with the ring on her finger, twisting it around and around as her gaze darted off to the side, then back again. The words sat heavy in her chest, crowded and tangled, refusing to come out in the right order. For a split second, she felt little again, standing in a hallway, rehearsing the ask in her head. Please come. Please don't forget. Please don't say you're busy. She swallowed. There's this thing, Mira started, then stopped, already frustrated with herself. She took a breath and tried again. There's an event at my school in a few weeks, a fashion show. Her voice dipped, quieter now. It's for a grade. I'm one of the designers. I'll be on stage. She winced inwardly. You're rambling. Stop rambling. Cindy didn't interrupt. She just listened, eyes kind and patient, like she had all the time in the world. That alone gave Mira enough courage to keep going. And I was wondering if you. Mira hesitated, fingers tightening around her ring. If you wanted to come. I can invite you. You don't have to, obviously, and I know it's probably a lot, and I completely understand if you can't. She stopped herself, breath hitching. Her hands started trembling. She shoved them into her pockets too late. She dropped her gaze to the floor, shoulders curling inward. bracing herself before the sentence was even finished. It would just mean a lot, she said quietly, because you're well, not just important to me. Her voice wobbled, and I really want you there. The silence that followed felt enormous. Mira's jaw tightened. She stared at a crack in the floor, already preparing herself for the familiar letdown. The polite excuse, the next time, okay? The empty promise that never made it to the seats. Then, Mira? Her breath caught. She looked up slowly, heart pounding so loud it felt like Cindy had to hear it. Cindy reached out and took Mira's hands in hers, warm and steady, grounding her instantly. She smiled, soft, genuine, full of something that made Mira's chest ache. Oh, Cindy said, squeezing her hands. I'd be honored to go. I'd love to see you on stage. Mira blinked. Once, twice. Really? She asked, barely above a whisper. You'd come see me? Yeah, Cindy said without hesitation. Of course I would. She squeezed Mira's hands again, joy lighting in her face. Just thinking about it already has me excited. I know you're going to be incredible up there. Something in Mira cracked. Her throat tightened, eyes burning as the weight she'd been carrying, years of doubt, of disappointment, of being forgotten, lifted just a little. She wants to come. She actually wants to see me. The thought hit Mira all at once, simple and unbelievable, and her chest tightened so fast it stole the air from her lungs. Oh, don't cry, sweet thing, Cindy murmured. Mira shook her head immediately, reflexive. I'm not crying, she insisted, voice wobbling despite herself. I think some clay juice got in my eye. She let out a weak, watery laugh, blinking furiously like that might make it true. Cindy huffed softly, not buying it for a second. You and your lifelong refusal to admit when you're crying, she said fondly. Come here. She pulled Mira into a hug before Mira could think to resist. Mira's arms came up automatically, wrapping tight around Cindy's waist as she buried her face into her shoulder. The tears came quietly at first, hot, silent, embarrassing in the way crying always felt. But Cindy didn't pull back. She didn't comment. She just held her. It felt safe. Cindy cradled the back of her head, fingers threading gently through her hair, slow, steady, grounding. She shushed her softly, like Mira was something fragile, but not broken, like this was allowed, like she was allowed. Mira tried to breathe, tried to get herself together. This is stupid, she told herself weakly. She just said yes. But it wasn't just that. Oh shit. But it wasn't just that. It was the way Cindy hadn't hesitated, the way she hadn't needed convincing or reminders or bargaining, the way her face had lit up instead of tightening, like Mira's ask was something she wanted to say yes to, not something she had to be talked into. Mira hadn't had to explain why it mattered, hadn't had to promise anything in return, hadn't had to make herself smaller to be worth the effort. That was what hurt the most. After a while, when the tightness in her chest loosened just enough to let air back in, Mira pulled away, sniffing and scrubbing harshly at her face with the heel of her hand. Her eyes burned, lashes clumped, vision fuzzy. She hovered there for a second, uncertainty crawling up her spine. Then, almost without thinking, she held out her pinky. Promise you'll be there? She asked quietly. The words felt childish the second they left her mouth. Too small, too desperate, like she was a kid again, standing in a doorway with hope clenched tight in her chest. God, she thought, that was stupid. But Cindy didn't laugh, didn't tease, didn't sigh, Didn't make that tight, uncomfortable face adults always make when Mira wanted something too badly. She just smiled and wrapped her pinky around Mira's without missing a beat. Just give me the time and place, Cindy said warmly. I'll be there. I promise. The word hit harder than Mira expected. Her throat closed, her vision swam. Promise. Something in her face crumpled before she could stop it. She nodded quickly, lips pressing together like that might hold everything in, but the tears spilled over anyway, hot and uncontrollable. She hated how easily they came now, like something in her had finally given up pretending it was fine. Like once the dam cracked, there was no fixing it. Cindy shook her head with a soft, fond sigh and pulled her back into another hug. You're still just as much of a crybaby as I remember. Mira's laugh came out muffled against Cindy's shirt, wet, broken, barely a laugh at all. I'm not a crybaby. Cindy only held her tighter, and for the first time in a long while, Mira let herself believe the promise, not because it was said, but because it had been made without hesitation. Cindy, my goat. Cindy, my goat. Cindy! Exactly. Cindy, my goat. I'm gonna bring up the stool over here. My foot fell asleep. So when we have their wedding, you think Cindy is officiating it? Wait, why is that so cute? Why is that so cute? That's really, really sweet. Protect Cindy at all costs, indeed. More water. Cindy W. Has Cindy ever had any L's? It's just been W's for Cindy. Teen Titans, the OG, Kim Possible, Danny Phantom, and Avatar, The Last Airbender was my shit as a kid. Avatar, love Avatar. Teen Titans, the OG, I haven't seen the OG. Kim Possible and Danny Phantom, I used to watch as a kid. If you ask me what happens, if you ask me about the plot lines, I wouldn't be able to tell you anything, but I did watch it as a kid. Cindy, the mother figure they all need, honestly. No, real. Real, 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 real. Shigo and Kim Possible. Yes, Shigo. Yes, yes, yes. Classic, classic. Oh, I was obsessed with Ben 10. Okay, I was obsessed with Ben 10. Real as hell. I loved Ben 10 so much. Um, my cousin had the Ben 10 the watch. He had the watch, and I loved Ben 10. Yeah. Again, if you ask me plot lines, I wouldn't be able to tell you anything, but I really loved it. There was this online game you could play of Ben 10 because when this was the era where everything had online games, every show you were watching had online games, and Ben 10 had an online game, and I was like, "Oh my god." What was your favorite alien? Again, don't remember anything from the show. Don't remember anything from the show. I just loved it. Do I understand any of the lore? Fuck no, but it was cool anyway. The Omnitrix, that's what it's called. Yes, 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 the Omnitrix. Oh, American Dragon? Jake Long, the American Dragon? Of course we know American Dragon. Of course. Yeah, I would have to let me look up Ben 10 aliens. Let me see. There's one image of an alien that's coming to my mind. Let me see if I can find what it's called. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, oh, I remember that guy. Oh, the fire guy, the guy with the fire all over it. I'm just saying these I don't remember what they're called. I should look at the Ben 10 wiki. Do we have a Ben 10 wiki? Yeah, we do. We love Dante Bosco. We love Dante Bosco. I love that man. Heat Blast. Heat Blast. I remember that guy. Ooh, 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 ooh. No, I don't remember that one. Yeah, Dante Bosco plays Zuko and he plays Jake Long. He rolls. Uh okay, there are way too many aliens. I would lose so much time looking over all of these. Just know that I used to watch it. Love my speedy dude. I also really love Big Chill. Diamond Head was my fave. Diamond Head. Oh, Diamond. There's Diamond Matter, and then there's Diamond Head. Oh yes, yes, that guy. You understand why he's called Diamond Head. um, God, what is this guy? I just pulled up a list. Okay, okay. Oh, we have the main guys. I remember that guy. I don't remember what it's called. That guy. That guy. I'm just like that guy. That guy. Big guy. Big guy. Big guy. I'm so sorry. The brain rot. The brain rot is brain rotting. The guy with the eyes, the freaking goat eyes. That guy. I remember that guy. Oh, I remember that guy too. Uh huh. I don't remember what they're called, but I remember what they look like. Um, Gray matter. Oh, it might be that one. Yeah. I love that you got that from what I was saying. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh my god, hi. Take a shot every time Artie says that guy. I knew this show way too well, and I respect that. I was just in my younger years when I was watching that show, so it's like in the time zone where I wouldn't remember what was going on. You know, it was years and years and years ago. Point is, we remember those guys. Point is, we remember that guy who got obsessed with my teens. Yes, the guy with the eyes, as opposed to all the others that don't have eyes. I mean, Rachel got me. I said like the goat eyes with the like little slits. Rachel got me. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, shout out Ben 10. I one day I need to go back to those old cartoons. My next guess was Stingfly. No, I knew exactly what you meant too. Oh. Okay, what is my list now to like go back and check? I need to like rewatch the Barbie movies. I need to rewatch the Tinkerbell movies. And I also, I guess, need to rewatch Ben 10 because I am proud to be the one to start this tangent. Good job, Mark. Good job. Good job. Oh, that guy. Yes, yes. No, I do too. Also need to watch Shira. Yes, Shira. Shira is on my list. Yeah, Shira. Listen. I need to finish Sailor Moon, and then I need to do Shira. You've never watched the Barbie movies? You've never watched the Barbie movies? Stop. The Barbie movies are so good. They're so good. Shira, you only have a little over a month. I do. Listen though, the Barbie movies are so good. I have like is it a Google Drive? Google Drive with all of the Barbie movies on them? The Barbie movies are so good. I'm sorry, okay? I'm not okay. I'm not. It's not like it's not that you did anything bad. They're just really, really good. We're about to start throwing bricks. No bricks being thrown to besties. No bricks being thrown over here. We're just throwing bricks to the bad people in the fanfic. Okay, we just throw bricks to the people in the fanfic, not to actual people. Okay, I'm gonna go back. Have the movies? I've been looking for them. I need to find it again, but I'm sure there's a Google Drive with all the movies. Hey, let me tell you something. Oh my god. Guys, I'm gonna go back to reading. This has been a long tangent. The moment Mira stepped into the apartment, she stopped short. Her brain lagged a second behind what her eyes were seeing. Paints everywhere. Rumi's arms were covered in purple flowers, curved lines that followed her skin like they belonged there, some trailing up her shoulders, a few dusted across her cheek and temple. Zoe stood beside her, brush still in hand, frozen mid motion like she'd been caught in the act. Her own arms were streaked with blue, little spirals and swirls looping around her wrists and forearms. Mira blinked. Uh, that was all she managed. Mir! Zoe lit up instantly, like Mira had just walked in on something amazing instead of confusing. She grabbed Rumi's hand and practically dragged her forward. Look! Doesn't Rumi look so badass? Mira let herself really look. The purple lines weren't messy or random, followed the shape of Rumi's arms, curved around old scars instead of hiding them. They made her look powerful, like the paint wasn't covering something up, but pointing it out and saying, "This matters." Yeah, Mira said softly, a smile tugging at her mouth before she could stop it. They're pretty. She stepped closer, fingers lifting without asking, tracing one of the painted lines up Rumi's arm. The paint was dry, smooth beneath her touch. They'd make nice tattoos, Mira hummed, mostly to herself. That's what I said! Zoe exclaimed immediately, vindicated. Rumi flushed, ducking her head a little. Maybe? Zoe's hand landed on Mira's arm then, gentle, grounding. Mira looked over. Zoe was watching her more closely now. Hey, she said, quieter. You okay? You look like you've been crying. Mira blinked. She let out a small laugh, more of a breath than a sound, and sniffed. Yeah, I have. She shrugged lightly. Happy tears, though. She swallowed, suddenly aware of how fast her heart was beating, of how her palms felt a little sweaty. I, I've been meaning to ask you guys something. She forced herself to keep going before she could overthink it. There's this fashion show I'm going to be a part of, and I wanted to know if you'd want to come. There it was, the ask. Zoe didn't even hesitate. Heck yeah, she said, gripping Mira's arm tighter, eyes bright. I'd love to see you in your element, Mir. Rumi nodded eagerly, eyes practically glowing. Yeah, of course. What is it? Mira's chest loosened so suddenly it almost made her dizzy. I need to charge all 30 of my cameras, Zoe added immediately, already spiraling. I'm going to be your personal paparazzi. Fuck, I'm going to be screaming like one of those deranged fangirls. Watch. Rumi laughed, grabbing Zoe's arm. Can I be part of it too? I want to yell that I'm her girlfriend so everyone knows I have the prettiest and coolest girlfriend ever. Heck yeah, you can, Zoe said, spinning toward her. Wait, we have to plan outfits and signs and chants. Mira stood there, watching them ramble, giggle, interrupt each other. She felt a little stupid suddenly for how tightly she'd been wound, for how ready she'd been to hear no. She shook her head, a soft huff of disbelief escaping her, then stepped forward and pulled them both in, arms looping around their hips. She buried her face into the warm curve of Rumi's neck, breathing her in. It's in a few weeks, she murmured, voice muffled. Zoe hugged back without hesitation. We're definitely going to be there. Mira closed her eyes, and for once, she didn't question it. Yeah, Rumi hummed softly beside her. Mira pulled back, not all the way, just enough to look at them, to really look. Zoe's paint smudged smile, Rumi's warm, steady gaze, the way they were both already here, already choosing her without being asked twice. Her fingers curled at her sides. Then, before she could talk herself out of it, she lifted her hands and held out her pinkies. You promise? Sorry, that was Mira. You promise? She asked quietly, eyes flicking between them, bracing out of habit for laughter, for teasing, for someone to say, You don't need that. Instead, Zoe didn't hesitate for even a second. She hooked her pinky around Mira's, firm and sure. Pinky promise, she said with a grin, leaning in to press a quick kiss to Mira's knuckle like she was sealing a contract. Mira's chest tightened, not painfully, just enough to remind her she was still capable of feeling this much. Rumi followed just as easily, her pinky looping around Mira's other hand. She smiled softly, eyes steady and sincere. I keep my promises. Something in Mira gave way. A soft sound slipped from her throat before she could stop it. Half laugh, half breath, the kind that came when happiness hit too fast and too hard. Her shoulders loosened, her hands trembled just a little where they were tangled together. For once, the promise didn't feel like something she had to guard. It felt safe. Later that night, curled up in bed with her laptop balanced on her knees, Mira filled out the last of the paperwork and sent it off to her teacher. Her finger hovered over the trackpad for a second before clicking submit. Sent. She scrolled down to the guest invitation list and paused. Her heart gave a small, nervous thump. Then she typed Zoe Puck, Rurumi, Cindy Moon. So cute. So, so cute. Hi, Nat. On a scale of 1 to 10, how gay, how gay is it being? 10 all the time. Oh my God. Thank you, Kens. I didn't see these. Thank you. Hello. So Mira just invited them to her fashion show, and she was so scared of doing it. And I'm like, Mira, they're your girlfriends. You don't need to be scared. They really, really care about you. They really, really do. Mama Cindy. Yeah. I heard it's going to be cold at the venue, Zoe muttered. Oh my God, we're already at the fashion show. Zoe muttered, brow creasing slightly as she brushed her hands over the teal, off the shoulder dress she was wearing, rubbing at her bare shoulders. Did anyone make fan art of this? Because I want to see this. Oh my God. I want to see fashion show fan art. Rubbing at her bare shoulders. Rumi glanced up from where she was fastening Zoe's necklace. Bring the hoodies Mira made us, she said automatically. Oh, you're right. I'll leave them in the car just in case. Halfway turned toward the closet. Rumi smiled to herself. Since the clasp was secure and really got a connection warning. Oh, really looked at Zoe. Looked stunning. There wasn't another word for it. Her hair was down tonight, falling in dark, loose waves over her shoulders, framing her face in a way that made Rumi's chest feel oddly tight. The gold of her jewelry caught the light every time she moved. You look beautiful, Rumi said softly, the words slipping out before she could Zoe grinned, clearly pleased, and swapped the to match. If I'm beautiful, interlacing their fingers, then you are pulchritudinous. Yeah, pulchritudinous. Rumi snorted before she could stop herself. Zoe used her free hand to brush a stray strand of hair away from Rumi's face, her touch lingering. You look really handsome with your hair slicked back, she added, voice dropping just a little. It suits you. Rumi felt heat crawl up her neck. She laughed, glancing at their reflection in the mirror, at herself in the red dress, the way the fabric hugged her waist, the gold accents catching at her collarbone. You think so? Oh, definitely, Zoe hummed thoughtfully. If we weren't on a time crunch, I'd absolutely take you to bed and test how long that gel lasts. I love you, Zoe. Please never stop. Please never stop saying things. Rumi groaned, resting her forehead against Zoe's shoulder. You know how I feel about that kind of talk. Zoe groaned, then lifted Rumi's chin gently and kissed her, soft, sweet, apologetic. I know. Rumi breathed out, smiling despite herself. She checked her phone as it buzzed in her hand. A message from Mira. My lovely GF, heart, 7:34 p.m. Are you guys still coming? Heartbreak, sad face. Rumi's smile softened, and something in her chest pinched. This was the fifth message of her checking in, making sure they'd be there. Not clingy, not annoying, just scared. She nudged Zoe, tilting the screen toward her. She texted again. Zoe rolled her eyes, but there was affection there as she fixed her earrings in the mirror. Tell her we'll definitely be coming when we see her. Zoe, I love you! Zoe, Rumi scolded weakly, swatting her arm. Zoe laughed. Kidding, kidding. Tell her we're leaving now. Rumi typed quickly. Rumi, 7:35 p.m. Yes, we're getting ready to leave the house right now. Smiley face. Can't wait to see you. Heart, heart, heart. My lovely GF, 7:35 p.m. Miss you. Broken heart, broken heart. I can't wait to see you guys too. I'm kind of scared. I love you. Gotta go now. Send me a pic when you're there, please. Please. I love you. Rumi smiled, chest warming in that familiar, aching way. She hearted the punctuation like reassurance, and then locked her phone safely to her chest before slipping it into her clutch. She's already spiraling, Rumi said softly. Zoe glanced over, grinning. Good. That means she cares. Rumi huffed a quiet laugh, but her smile lingered. Ready to go? Zoe asked. Mm-hmm. Rumi nodded, squaring her shoulders. They took Zoe's car, building just off campus, all glass panels and official. Her stomach fluttered. Parked a little ways down, and Zoe immediately popped open the back seat. Do you think they'll let me bring my cameras in? She muttered, already grabbing her bag. I hope so, Rumi said, stepping out carefully. The heel still felt wrong, not painful, just like she was borrowing someone else's balance. Zoe had practiced with her earlier, walking slow laps around the apartment, but the pavement felt different, less forgiving. She moved around to the back seat and picked up the bouquet they'd bought, a variety of flowers wrapped in brown paper, a ribbon tied slightly crooked because Zoe had insisted on doing it again. Mira's going to cry, Rumi thought fondly. Again. They'd stopped at the flower shop and a gift store on the way because there was no universe in which Mira Hong walked out of tonight empty handed, not after everything this meant to her. Well, they're lucky I'm bringing two, Zoe declared proudly. Camcorder for recording, because this is a serious moment, and my regular camera for pictures. Rumi smiled as Zoe locked the car and looped an arm around her waist. You're going to be exhausted. Worth it, Zoe said immediately. I'm about to be insufferable. They approached the entrance together, Rumi leaning into Zoe just a little more than usual, not because she needed the support, but because it grounded her, because it reminded her, we're here. A man with a clipboard stood at the door. IDs. Zoe handed over both their school IDs. The man glanced at them, smiled, stepped aside. Enjoy the show, ladies. Thank you, Rumi said, automatically polite as they walked in. The inside of the building was bright and buzzing. High ceilings, exposed beams, soft music playing through hidden speakers, white fabric draped along the walls, high beam lights strung overhead, tables lined with tables lined the perimeter with mock-ups, sketches, and displays of student work. Parents mingled with students, voices overlapping in excited bursts. Rumi took it all in slowly. Mira belongs here, she thought. The main stage sat at the center of the room, still empty for now, lights dimmed. The show wouldn't start until 8:30, which meant they had time, but Rumi knew Mira wouldn't feel like it was time enough. She pulled out her phone and sent a quick message that they were here. She doubted Mira would see it, probably still getting ready backstage. Rumi slipped her phone away and squeezed Zoe's hand. No matter what happens tonight, she thought, she won't be alone. And that mattered more than anything. We're on in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. The announcement sent a ripple through backstage, fabric rustling, nervous laughs, last minute adjustments. Mira's leg bounced restlessly beneath her dress, a sharp, uncontrollable rhythm that no amount of willpower could stop. Stop, stop, stop. She pressed her hands flat against her thighs, fingers curling into the fabric. Don't fidget. Don't touch your hair. The hair was done. Perfect, actually. Too perfect to ruin with the nervous habit she'd had since she was little. Running her fingers through it wouldn't fix anything anyway. It never did. She'd be seeing them soon. Hopefully. No, definitely. Probably. The thought made her chest tighten. Her phone was still tucked away in her bag, locked inside the changing room locker. She'd left it there on purpose. If she checked it and didn't see a message, if she didn't see them, she wasn't sure she'd be able to walk out there at all. So she sat and waited and tried not to unravel. All right, what was Miss Kim's? All right, everyone. Miss Kim's voice rang out, warm and steady. The first round is starting shortly. I'll be calling out your names and reading what you wrote about each of your pieces. Mira looked up. Miss Kim smiled at them all, eyes soft but proud. You all look stunning tonight. Truly, you've worked for weeks, months for this. Remember why you started designing in the first place. Walk out there with confidence. Let your work speak for you. And most importantly, enjoy this moment. You earned it. A wave of a wave of applause followed her as she walked away, the fabric of her dress catching the light. A structured, deep emerald piece with sharp tailoring at the waist and flowering skirt moved like water when she walked. It was unmistakably her own design, powerful, effortless. Mira swallowed. I want to be like that one day. She pushed herself from her seat, needing to move before her nerves consumed her entirely. Her body felt too full of hope, of fear, of old memories she didn't want to think about now. She took 2 steps before hands landed gently on her shoulders. Mira startled, spinning around. Whoa, sorry. Huh, huh. Whoa, easy. Abby laughed. Need to do my lowest voice. Abby laughed. Relief washed through her when she recognized him. He was wearing a black suit, tailored but intentionally unconventional. The back was cut open, the fabric tethered together with thin straps that revealed skin in sharp, deliberate lines. It was dramatic, confident, very Abby. No, don't say anything. Nervous? He asked, grinning. No, Mira said automatically. He raised a brow. Her shoulders sagged. Okay, maybe just a little. A little? He echoed, amused. Sure. She huffed a weak laugh, rubbing her palms together. Her chest still felt tight. Too tight. Need a hug from a friend, Abby offered, opening his arms and shimmying his shoulders exaggeratedly. Despite herself, Mira laughed, small, breathy, but real. I guess. He pulled her into a hug, warm and grounding, patting her back in an easy rhythm. Mira let herself lean into it, just for a second. Her breathing slowed just a little. You're going to you're going to do great, he murmured. Don't sweat it. She exhaled through her nose. That's not what I'm worried about. Abby pulled back, studying her face. Mira bit her lip, hesitating. Saying it out loud made it feel too real, too fragile. You go on before me, she said quietly. Can you, when you come back, can you tell me if you see them? If they're there? Her voice wavered despite her best effort. Abby's expression softened immediately. Of course, he said without hesitation. Mira let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Thank you. She smiled, small, shaky, but genuine. Now all she had to do was wait and hope. She shifted her weight and adjusted the fabric one last time, eyes lifting to meet her reflection in the mirror. For a moment, she didn't recognize herself. The black dress hugged her like it had been made with with her in mind. Off the shoulders, clean lines, soft cutouts that felt bold without crossing into exposure. The fabric caught the light every time she breathed, every time she moved, as if it were alive with her, like it was waiting for her to step into it. Her pink hair was pinned up, loose and elegant, a few strands slipping free near her face. She reached up automatically to tuck one behind her ear, fingers brushing against the cool gold of her earring. Zoe had always said black suited her. Voice fond, insistent, said it made her hair pop, said it made her glow. Mira huffed quietly through her nose, lips twitching despite herself. Guys, I need fan art of this so bad you don't even understand. I need to see. Guys, you don't understand. Mira huffed quietly through her nose, lips twitching despite herself. Maybe that was why she'd chosen it. Whoa, Nat, thank you for the fireworks. Maybe that was why she'd chosen it. Not just because it looked good, but because it felt like permission. Permission to take up space. Permission to be seen without shrinking first, without apologizing for it. Everyone, take these lessons to heart, okay? Don't shrink yourself. She leaned closer to the mirror, studying herself with the critical eye she'd learned young. Too much, too flashy, too hopeful. The questions crept in automatically, old and practiced, reflexive, like muscle memory. But tonight wasn't about hiding. Tonight wasn't about folding herself smaller just in case no one showed up. Tonight was about showing up. Her gaze softened as she straightened, shoulders rolling back, chin lifting just slightly. The girl in the mirror didn't look like someone bracing for disappointment. She looked like someone worth showing up for. The thought made her chest tighten, sharp and warm all at once. They'll be there, she told herself. Quiet, careful, like saying it too loudly might break something. Rumi, Zoe, Cindy, people who chose her, people who stayed. Mira swallowed, fingers brushing the gold necklace at her throat, grounding herself in the cool, familiar weight of it. Okay, she thought. I can do this. Miss Kim's voice echoed through the speakers, smooth and practiced, layered over the swell of music as it began to play. Applause rolled through the room, loud, overlapping, the kind that made the air feel thick. Mira's heart jumped anyway. Showtime, Abby murmured beside her, tugging once at his tie before setting it back into place. He shot her a grin. Break a leg out there, champ. Mira rolled her eyes, but she smiled despite herself. Back at you. She watched him roll his shoulders, loose, confident, and step forward when his name was called. He disappeared behind the curtain, swallowed up by light and sound. The space he left behind felt colder. Mira shifted her weight as she stepped forward with the others, lining up near the stairs. Her fingers twitched at her sides before curling into the fabric of her dress. Breathe. Minutes passed, or seconds. It was hard to tell. Cheers rose and fell again and again, each wave of applause tightening something in her chest. Every time the clapping swelled, her eyes flicked instinctively toward the audience entrance. Every time it died down, disappointment pressed in harder. They'll be there, she told herself. They have to be. The thought didn't feel solid enough to hold on to. The applause surged again, and then Abby was back, bounding, bouncing down the steps, cheeks flushed, eyes bright. People high fived him, congratulated him, laughter buzzing around him like static. Their eyes met, and his expression changed. Just a fraction, but it was enough. What? Mira's stomach dropped. He came over, running a hand through his hair, breath still uneven. I'm sorry, he said quickly. There's a lot of people, and the lights are insane, so I couldn't really tell. He hesitated, then added, softer, but I'm sure they're there. Mira's jaw worked as she swallowed. Sure. She nodded anyway. All right. The word felt thin, like paper. She rolled her shoulders back, straightened her posture, and faced forward again. If she looked too long, if she let herself search the crowd again, she knew she'd lose whatever fragile balance she'd managed to build. So she didn't. The line moved faster than it should have. Too fast. One person stepped forward, then another, the space between her and the stairs shrinking like it was being pulled away from her. She closed her eyes. Inhale, exhale. You aren't new to this. You've been on stage before. You survived that. Her fingers found the ring on her hand, twisting it once, twice. Then she lifted it to her lips, pressing a brief kiss to it like a secret. You've got this, she whispered, barely louder than her breath. Her eyes opened, and suddenly she was at the front. Our next designer is. Time tilted. Mira Hong. There it was, her name. Mira gathered the hem of her dress and stepped forward, placing her foot on the air. As she climbed, she felt something settle over her face, smooth, practiced. The mask, indifferent, composed, unshakable. She stepped through the curtain and into the light. It was bright, blinding almost, the kind of brightness that erased edges and made everything feel unreal, like she'd walked into a dream she hadn't been invited into. Abby hadn't lied. For half a second, her vision swam, but Mira kept moving, one foot in front of the other, down the long stretch of stage, chin lifted, shoulders set, eyes forward. Don't look. Just don't. Miss Kim's voice carried smoothly over the speakers as Mira walked, warm and proud, but it felt distant, like it was coming from underwater. There are few designers who wear their hearts so openly in their work, Miss Kim said. Her pieces always reflect what she's carrying on the inside, whether she intends them to or not. Applause rose around her. Mira registered it without really hearing it. She didn't look left. She didn't look right. If she looked and they weren't there, no, she couldn't do that to herself. This piece, Miss Kim continued, is titled Still Standing. Damn! Dramatic as fuck. We love it. We love it. Mira reached the end of the runway and stopped. Turn, pose, breathe. She shifted her weight, letting the dress move the way it was meant to, letting it catch the light, the cutouts revealing just enough skin to feel intentional, controlled. This design explores composure as survival, Miss Kim explained. It reflects how many people, especially young women, learn to hold themselves together long before they're ready. Mira's throat tightened. Hold yourself together. That's all she's ever done. The black of the dress isn't mourning, Miss Kim said. It's control. The openings symbolize vulnerability, not exposure, but the choice to be seen. Mira turned once more, giving the audience another angle before facing forward again. Please give it up for Mira! The applause came fast and loud. It felt empty, like it wasn't meant for her, just the version of her standing on the stage. Her eyes flicked across the crowd despite herself. No purple hair, no familiar freckles, no familiar warm smile. Her chest sank. Okay, that's fine. You're fine. Finish this. She turned and started back toward the curtain, every step measured, every muscle locked into place. Don't cry. Don't rush. Let them see. That's my girlfriend, guys! The shout cut through the noise like lightning. Mira froze mid-step. Oh my god, I can't talk. Mira froze mid-step. Her heart slammed into her ribs as she glanced back, breath hitching. And there she was, Rumi standing up out of her seat, bouncing on the balls of her feet, waving both arms with a smile so wide it looked like it might split her face in half. Zoe Zoe was beside her, half hidden behind a camcorder, one hand waving wildly anyway. I love you, Mira! Have my babies! She yelled, completely unashamed. Laughter rippled through the crowd. The applause surged again, louder, warmer, real this time. They're so cute. They're so cute. They're here. The words hit her all at once. They're here. They came. They stayed. Mira turned back toward the stage, forcing her feet to move again. Her vision blurred, her lips trembling despite her best efforts. Don't fall apart yet. Just a few more steps. She made it behind the curtain, down the stairs. The moment the lights disappeared, so did the wall she'd built. A choked laugh tore out of her as she pressed a hand to her mouth, shoulders shaking. Her hands trembled violently now, fingers curling into the fabric of her dress as she tried to breathe. God, Zoe is never living that down. You saw them? Abby asked gently, patting her back. Mira nodded, blinking fast, forcing the tears to stay put. Not yet. Not until she was somewhere safe. Yeah, she managed, voice breaking anyway. I saw them. And for the first time all night, she didn't feel like she was standing alone. That's so cute. And of course, Zoe being Zoe. They came, they saw, and they instantly came again. But more like hurt them. Nah, but like she did see them eventually. They came, they saw, they simped hard. They were so cute. They're so cute. I love that Rumi was the first one who shouted. She promised. She said that she would shout. She made an agreement with Zoe. They are so cute. Mm, yeah, there they are. Little does Mira know she also has all the gays in Artie's phone cheering her on too. I'm still standing better than I ever been. And I get through some. Rumi's lucky she didn't get a nosebleed again. No, truly, because me alone. You know what I mean. Oh, just wait. Oh, we are not doing the smut today. Just in case Nat, you weren't here in the beginning of the stream. We're doing smut another stream because I need my rose. I need my rose. Oh, I'm fully aware. Okay, cool. um, awesome. I love them so much. I love them so much. Rose to the rescue, as always. Listen, y'all. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I can probably read smut without the camera on, not on stream, behind my microphone. If you paid me, like for a podfic, probably. I would need to come up with NSFW rates, but not on stream. I got a good feeling we're getting bottom mirror after this. Oh, we so are getting bottom mirror after this. And then Artie spins endlessly in her chair. How much? Listen, I still have to come up with like SFW rates. I need to like look up some rates and like actually start doing fanfic comms. Like uh like fanfic, podfic comms. But Artie, listen. I'm gonna actually look it up right now because voice over rates. There are like rates for this. So I would probably not do like professional audiobook rates. But like let me like pull up the rate guide. Here's a little lesson. Best practices. Okay. Do we have audiobook? Audiobook. Audiobooks. I'm still standing. Okay, union scale starts from $150 an hour per record hour. I'm not doing that. Um um per finished hour. Non-union PFH. Why is non-union higher though? Production add-on, hybrid agreement. No, give me like I don't need these rates. This is just giving me like professional rates. Um $400 for forfix. Honestly, I think it should be based on how intense the scenes are personally. I mean, when you're given rates in like the professional audiobook area, um in the professional audiobook industry, it doesn't like you might get paid extra depending on how intense it is. You might be getting paid extra depending on like different languages and stuff, but like it's usually just like per finished hour. Where's the one that I always checked? I liked there was a site that I always checked for voiceover rates. Um was it the voice round? I don't think so. It might be. I don't remember. It was something. Oh, it was this. Wait. Let me check what the voice realm says. um and after this I'll go back. This is like me being a nerd right now. Broadcast, internet usage, not production, live talent, da 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 da. Oh yeah, it would be in audiobooks. Per hour of finished audio delivered. Um where Gimme. Mm, no, this is not the anyways, my thinking was God, I don't know now. Because like I'm looking at ACX, right? And ACX rate starts at like $50 per finished hour, which I think 50 is a bit little. I was thinking, give me that candy floss. I could help you with that, but since I used to be a translator, but I'm Mexican, so rates change. Oh yeah. Be careful, Artie. Take care of yourself and never do anything you aren't comfortable, but otherwise might be fun. No, real. Thank goodness we were witnesses, or they would have jumped her on stage. um so here's the thing. My thinking was either like $1 per recorded minutes for like SFW podfic stuff. Because it's fan fiction. Or like either $1 per recorded minute or $1 per 100 words. But I feel like $1 per 100 words might be a bit much. So that was my thinking. I'll put out a tweet because I actually need to like open up comms for that. Like I would love to do that. No, Delilah. No. Anyways, that's my rambling. That's my wrangling regarding comms. All I'm saying is today's smut is not that bad, and it's funny because of Rumi's stuff. I bet. I'm excited. I'm excited to read it. Read it eventually. Okay. Did you see her, Zoe? Rumi choked out, voice breaking. She looked so cool and pretty and beautiful and wonderful and hot, and Rumi dissolved into a sob before she could finish. Zoe blinked, startled. Rooms? She said, half laughing in disbelief, half already reaching for her. Are you crying right now? Rumi nodded furiously, swiping at her eyes even as more tears spilled over. Yes, she hiccuped. She was so amazing up there. That did it. Zoe laughed softly and pulled Rumi into her side, wrapping an arm around her shoulders as Rumi buried her face against her collarbone. The crying soaked straight through her dress, and Zoe didn't care even a little. Yeah, Zoe murmured, throat tightening. She really was. She stared back at the stage, even though Mira wasn't there anymore. She could still see her, though, could replay it frame by frame if she wanted. The way Mira had walked like the floor belonged to her, the way her eyes had gone wide when she spotted them in the crowd, the way her mouth had trembled, just barely, like she was holding herself together with her teeth clenched. Zoe knew that look. God, she wished she could go backstage right now, grab her by the face, kiss her stupid, tell her she'd never, ever be standing alone again. But there was still another round. Zoe exhaled slowly, grounding herself, lifting her camera again out of habit. If she couldn't touch Mira yet, she could at least remember everything. She snapped a few photos of Abby when he came back on stage, brows knitting slightly as she took him in. Huh, so he really was a fashion major too. Abby was dressed in crisp ivory from head to toe. The suit jacket was structured but relaxed. Sharp lines softened by the way it sat on his shoulders. Underneath was just a plain white tank, simple, almost intimate, like he'd peeled away formality on purpose. A long, narrow black tie hung loose around his neck, untied and careless, dark against all that pale fabric. It looked less like an accessory and more like a statement or a challenge. Miss Kim spoke about his piece, about restraint and rebellion, about refusing to be swallowed by expectations. And Zoe hummed thoughtfully, snapping another photo. Okay, yeah, she got it. When Abby passed near the edge of the stage again, Zoe leaned forward, camera still raised. I'm honestly shocked your shirt is still on, she called out, grinning. Growth looks good on you. Abby laughed, shaking his head as he shot her a wink and disappeared backstage again. Zoe lowered the camera, heart still buzzing, and glanced down at Rumi, who was finally starting to calm, cheeks blotchy and eyes glassy. After a few minutes of restless shifting, Zoe bouncing her knee, checking the stage, checking the time, checking Rumi's face like she might have missed something, she heard it. Mira Hong? Zoe barely had time to pass Rumi the camcorder before lifting her own camera, muscle memory kicking in as Mira stepped through the curtain and, oh, oh fuck. Zoe's finger froze halfway to the shutter. She actually lowered the camera. That never happened. Mira walked onto the stage in white, soft, luminous, almost unreal. The dress draped off her shoulders like it had been poured there, the fabric light and flowing, a thigh high slit revealing just enough movement to feel conscious, not flashy, not shy, ceremonial, bridal, even. Guys, if they get married by the end of this, her hair wasn't pinned this time. At the end of Two's Company, not at the end of this chapter. I'm realistic. Her hair wasn't pinned this time. It fell freely in pink waves, curling gently at the ends, catching the stage lights like it was alive, like she was. Zoe forgot how to breathe. She glanced sideways at Rumi, who was already staring, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, frozen in the same stunned disbelief. They locked eyes for half a second, sharing that, are you seeing this? Look, before snapping their attention back to the stage. Mira looked. No, beautiful didn't even cover it. Beautiful was small, safe. This was this was someone standing fully in herself. Zoe's chest ached. She barely registered herself sitting forward until Miss Kim's voice cut through the haze. The first piece is called What Remains. Zoe blinked again, blinked hard, lifting the camera again, hands shaking just a little as she framed the shot. This piece explores the permanence of memory. Miss Kim continued, and the impermanence of expectation. When words fade, but meaning doesn't. When love, once absent, is chosen. And when the body becomes not a canvas of loss, but proof of what remains. Wow! Bars! Bars! Okay. Tears slid down Zoe's face before she even noticed them. She scrubbed at her cheek with her palm, sniffling, vision blurring as Mira posed at the end of the runway, calm, steady, radiant, like she belonged there, like the light had been waiting for her. How could anyone not show up for this? How could anyone miss the way Mira shined when she was allowed to take up space? Zoe snapped the photo anyway, and then another, and another. Still, it didn't feel like enough. Mira turned slowly at the end of the stage, the dress flowing with her movement, and Zoe noticed it then. The open back, the way the fabric dipped low and tied in a soft bow. Miss Kim's voice dropped, reverent. The second part is called Chosen Vows. Shut up. 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 Shut the fuck up. Shut 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 up. I'm so normal. I'm literally so normal. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay. Zoe frowned faintly, brows knitting together. Vows? She whispered under her breath. What vow? Mira lifted her hair, sweeping it over one shoulder. The world tilted. Her back was fully revealed, ink winding across her skin in tangled stems and blooming flowers, crawling down her shoulder blade and spine like something alive, permanent, chosen. And at the center of it all, text, not pretty cursive, not clean lines. The words looked almost scratched into place, compressed, uneven, slanted slightly, like they'd been written in a rush or with shaking hands. But in the middle of it all, two letters cut through the chaos, unmistakable: R and Z, each one framed by its own small bloom. Zoe sucked in a sharp breath, a sound half gasp, half sob. Her hands trembled violently now. Oh my God, she whispered, voice breaking. Oh my God. Her heart slammed so hard it felt like it might bruise her ribs. She didn't even remember lifting the camera this time, only that she needed proof, that she needed to remember this moment forever, that Mira had stood in front of a room full of people and said, "This is who I choose." And she chose them. Zoe pressed the shutter, tears streaming freely now, chest aching so badly it almost hurt to sit still. Rumi's hand found hers, squeezing tight. Zoe squeezed back. Chosen vows. Yeah, she felt that in her bones. This piece explores the difference between promises made to us, Miss Kim said calmly, deliberately, and vows we make for ourselves. The open back symbolizes trust, what we expose when we believe someone will stay. Trust. Oh! Zoe's eyes never left Mira's back. The text is purposefully illegible, Miss Kim continued, reflecting promises that were spoken but never kept. What remains is not a name, but a choice. Before her brain could fully catch up, Rumi grabbed her arm hard, hard enough that Zoe nearly dropped the camera. There! Rumi gasped, voice breaking as she pointed with shaking fingers. Zoe, look! Do you see it? Those are. Zoe's vision blurred so suddenly she had to blink hard, again and again, tears spilling over anyway. I see it. she choked, voice cracking violently as she wrapped an arm around Rumi and pulled her close. I fucking see it, Rumi. Oh my god, I see it. Her hands were shaking so badly, she barely trusted them to lift the camera, but she did anyway. She had to. She needed proof this wasn't something her brain was inventing to survive the moment. Click, click. Each shutter felt like it was anchoring her to reality. God, when did they get this lucky? When did someone like Mira, brilliant, hurting, soft, and strong in ways Zoe still didn't have language for, choose them so loudly, so permanently? Rumi sobbed openly now, clutching at Zoe's jacket like she might float away otherwise. Do you think? She hiccuped, breath stuttering. Do you think it's a tattoo? Zoe let out a broken laugh that collapsed into a sob halfway through. I. Her chest seized. She pressed her forehead briefly against Rumi's hair, shaking her head like that might stop her heart from exploding. I swear to God, if it is, I'm going to die, Rumi. I'm actually going to die. She looked back at the stage, at Mira, standing there with her shoulders back and her head high, offering herself to the world not as someone waiting to be chosen, but as someone who already had. Zoe wiped her face with the back of her hand, breath hitching painfully as love flooded her so fast it almost hurt. God, she loved her. This is 100% Toss making fun of us for tattoo theories. We're shoot a few chapters back. No, because no, because I was locked in. I was locked in. Ah! You're breaking, Artie. Well, how are you feeling? I mean, I'm feeling crazy, but also, oh my god. Peak cinema. Peak cinema. No, someone filmed that right now. Someone film the fashion show scene. My god. Someone film that right now. I need that visual. I need that in front of me. Oh my god. I need them engaged now. So real, Rachel. Hi, Danny. We got the tattoo reveal. That's what happened. I meant the signal, not mentally. Oh, is the signal bad? Shit, is the signal bad again? Let me open the door. Ah! Something gay panic over Mira's dress. No, real, because I need to see that. I simply must see that. I simply must. This is peak in literature. I don't remember if Tech was reading Two's Company. I feel like Tech does read Two's Company. Tech needs to make an animatic of this. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Mira's wearing a dress. Blah blah blah. Got it. You thought I told you were breaking like that? I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Oh, great. Reacted to this along with you, and I'm breathing manually. Manually. How much I gasped. Love the whiplash going from candy floss to this. Oh, God. What if I quote this in my English language class? No, because those were bars. I can tell you can't think right now. No. No, yeah, yes. Dane, yes, yes. Adrian, yeah, no. That was sorry. Brain. Ah! Oh god. No, because you should. You should. No, like sorry, I need to oh my god. Like Mira, we knew Mira as a lover girl. Mira is a poet lover girl. Mira is a poet. Giddy to crying to giddy, then just whoa. Sorry, brain show brain. Lover girl in every universe. And I love her. I love her. I love her. Why are Polytrix fandom Shakespeare? Oh, to be at to be no 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 to go to no to a fashion show was not what they had thought this would oh no I know to be or not to be that's not what I'm trying to do. I was trying to do something else and iambic pentameter. It's okay, I failed. Brain broke. It's orange or not orange. You know when you I saw her. I saw her on the stage. I saw her on the stage. So beautiful. That's one line. Her dress. Her dress was shimmering. Her dress was shimmering under all those lights. Second line. I haven't done like iambic pentameter improv in so long. And I'm gonna stop actually. English isn't English. Her dress, her thighs, she got me hypnotized. Her dress, her thighs, she got me hypnotized. That works. To stop, not to stop. No, 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 no. We got through that. No, 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 no. This is like later. No, 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 no. This is after. Yeah. Shakespeare improv is hard. It's hard as hell. Rainer. Oh my god. Yeah, no. We used to have warm-ups in class where we would do like lines in iambic pentameter and just like come up with it on the spot, but I haven't done that in so long. But I loved writing poems in iambic pentameter, but I haven't done that in a while. Blue flowers flowing up her spine. Ah! I'm gonna keep going, y'all. I rambled. I paused for way too long. Fair is foul and foul is fair, but Mira in a dress is both. Fair is foul and foul is fair. Something something through fog or filthy air. Something something. I don't remember. I need to see fan art of this moment so bad. Someone please. It is Mackers. It is in fact Mackers. Um Polytrix Poetry Slam live. Oh god. Every time they're doing something, I just think of Nimbus at home standing in the T-pose. I'm reading it for my class. Oh, nice, nice, nice. I just worked on Mackers as a sound designer, though, not as an actor. Mew and Mira. Um, Artie, I came back to Artie yesterday. Don't make the first thing I don't be this. I'm just like, someone please make it. Someone please. It doesn't have to be you, Kokito. Someone please make it, though. The concept. Mira's limbs buzzed with leftover adrenaline as she moved through the crowd, the noise washing over her in waves. Actually, let me take note of that, y'all. Because that I went crazy. And that needs to be actually that was like around here. Okay. Mira's limbs buzzed with leftover adrenaline as she moved through the crowd, the noise washing over her in waves. Congratulations, that was stunning. I loved your concept. She nodded, smiled when she remembered to, murmured thank yous on autopilot, but she didn't slow down, didn't stop. Her eyes scanned every face, every flash of color, every familiar shape. Purple, freckles, dark curls, camera, please. Her chest tightened with every step she took without finding them. Then, Mira! Mira! Her breath stuttered. She turned, and the tight hold she'd been keeping on herself snapped clean in half. Cindy was walking toward her, dressed in a soft, elegant midi dress, something warm toned and flowing that caught the light when she moved. She looked radiant, proud, real. Mira didn't even try to hold it together. Her face crumpled before she could stop it, and she stepped forward like her body had already decided. Cindy barely had time to open her arms before Mira was there, collapsing into her, fists clutching fabric like an anchor. I I didn't see you, Mira choked, tears spilling freely now. I thought I thought maybe I know, Cindy said gently, immediately. No confusion, no hesitation. She held her tight, one hand firm at the small of Mira's back, the other cradling her head. I know, but I saw you. Mira sucked in a sharp breath. Cindy pulled back just enough to cup her face, thumbs brushing away tears like it was the most natural thing in the world. You were phenomenal, she said, voice steady and sincere. Truly, you are so talented, Mira. God, you're so talented. And I'm so fortunate I got to see it. Her throat closed. I'm so proud of you. The words hit her harder than the applause ever could. Something inside Mira gave way completely. She sobbed into Cindy's shoulder, raw, unfiltered, ugly cries that shook her body. She cried for every empty chair she'd scanned for in the past, for every promise that dissolved into excuses, for the way she'd learned to lower her expectations just to survive the disappointment. She cried for the girl she used to be, small and hopeful and aching, sitting backstage with shaking hands, wondering why she wasn't enough. That was all she had ever wanted. I'm proud of you. Little Mira would have been vibrating with joy, would have been beaming so hard her cheeks hurt. They stood like that for a while, the world continuing around them as if it wasn't cracked open right at Mira's feet. Eventually, the storm eased. Mira pulled back with a wet sniffle, wiping her face with the back of her hand, laughing weakly at herself as she scrubbed at her nose. Sorry, she croaked. I'm a mess. Cindy smiled fondly. You're human. Mira opened her mouth to say something, anything, when Mira! She barely had time to turn before impact. Two bodies slammed into her at once, nearly knocking her off balance as arms wrapped around her from both sides. She laughed in startled surprise, staggering a step as she instinctively held on. Zoe and Rumi were both crying, like fully crying. Rumi was babbling so fast, Mira couldn't make out a single word, tears streaking down her face as she clutched the back of Mira's dress. Zoe was just as bad, half laughing, half sobbing, muttering incoherent praise under her breath. Mira laughed wetly, heart swelling so hard it almost hurt, and hugged them tighter. She didn't even think, just leaned down and kissed Rumi first, firm and warm, just to stop her from spiraling. Then she turned and did the same to Zoe. Both of them froze. Wide eyes, red cheeks, trembling smiles. Mira pulled back just enough to look at them, her own vision blurring again as tears welled up. She smiled anyway, big, real, unguarded. Spectacular, brilliant, marvelous, extraordinary, astounding, Rumi started breathlessly. Sensational, breathtaking, soul sucking, Zoe cut in, voice wrecked. I want to have your kids! Mira laughed, full and shaking, and pressed her forehead against theirs. God, they came, they stayed, they saw her. And for Cindy, Cindy is like, should I go? And for the first time in her life, Mira didn't feel like she was celebrating alone. You did so good, baby. I loved it so much, Zoe murmured, leaning in to kiss her again. Mira smiled into it automatically, lips trembling, tasting the salt of Zoe's tears. That alone almost undid her again. Zoe crying because of her, because she'd moved her, because she cared that much. You really liked it? Mira sniffed, pulling back just enough to look between them, like she needed to make sure this was real, like she was scared the answer might change if she blinked. Rumi nodded hard, eyes glassy. Zoe nodded too, fierce and immediate. Yes, Rumi said. It was. Her voice cracked. She swallowed. Wait, was that a real tattoo? Mira let out a breathy laugh, rubbing under her eyes with her sleeve. Right now, what I'm thinking about the tattoo is that because I remember mentioning it during the stream. I was like, is that a tattoo? Is that a tattoo? And Toss, I don't is was that your response to that? Because I remember Toss giving a response like, no. So I'm like, were you fucking with us? Were you fucking with us? Or anyway, I'll get back to that. I'll get back to that. Mira let out a breathy laugh, rubbing under her eyes with her sleeve. Sadly, no. It's paint. Okay, okay, okay. It's not. Okay. Okay, okay. Toss is always fucking with us. Okay. 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 Makes sense. Makes sense. Sadly, no. It's paint, she said, then added, quieter, but I might consider it. Zoe made a low, wrecked sound and pulled her closer, forehead pressing into Mira's. God, you're going to make me explode. Mira huffed out a small, hiccuping laugh, chest aching in the best way. I love you guys so much. The words felt too small for what she meant, but they were the only ones she had. We love you too, Rumi choked out, burying her face against Mira's shoulder like she needed the contact to stay upright. Mira wrapped her arms around her instinctively, grounding both of them. Then Rumi pulled back suddenly, blinking like she'd remembered something important. Wait, we got you flowers, and other gifts are in the car. I gave them to Jinu. As if summoned by the name, Jinu appeared out of nowhere, red in the face and slightly unhinged, clutching two bouquets. He bent forward. He bent forward with his hands on his knees, panting. You guys freaking disappeared. Mira laughed, the sound lighter than it had been all night. You did pretty good up there, Jinu added between breaths. Can't tell you too much or it'll inflate your ego. Oh, it's already high. Mira shot back easily. Rumi took the bouquets from him and passed them to Mira, who nearly fumbled them from how full her arms already felt. Oh, Mira breathed. You guys. Her voice wavered. She looked down at the flowers, soft pink ranunculus mixed with white anemones and sprigs of baby's breath, carefully wrapped, intentional, thoughtful. Now we're gonna look up what all those mean, okay? Now everyone's gonna hold on tight because we are gonna look up what all those flowers mean, okay? We are not playing around with flowers anymore. Um Pink ranunculus. I mean, we know what baby's breath means. Flower meaning. Okay, ranunculus. Okay, what does pink ranunculus flowers mean? Oh, it's these guys. I love those guys. Let me share. Oh, sure. Oh, let me share this one. Okay. Okay. Oh shit. No, it's this one. Friggin'. Okay, it's this flower, which I really like this flower. Baby's breath means Rumi's ready for marriage. Coincidence, don't stone me. No, you're good. You're good. Okay, so these are the ranunculuses. Um, meaning of these. Okay, give me purple. Not purple, pink. Um, oh, pink. Pink ranunculus represents love, admiration, and affection. Give them as a gift to someone special. Also, happiness and joy. These are the perfect housewarming gifts. Sorry. No. We're not talking about housewarming, bro. we're talking about marriage here. White anemones. Okay. White anemones. Oh no. I swear to God. White. No. Anemones. One hand. Uh, Purity, innocence, and spirituality. Mm-hmm. New beginnings and hope. So, double new beginnings. Okay. Okay, girls. Okay. Okay. um, yeah. Oh, they have purple in the center? Wait. Sincerity. Rebirth. Innocence. Protection from forsaken love. I don't think that's what they're meaning here, but that's still fun, Anticipation. Brides, guys. Brides prefer to wear this shade on their wedding days. I mean, white is the color of purity and virtue. That's just white as a meaning. No, give me the meaning of the flower. I got excited for nothing. Ah! Okay. Sorry that I'm screaming so much. Flower of the dead. I mean, red symbolizing death, white for purity. Would make sense. I mean, yeah. Oh, they're pretty. Oh, no! I don't care here because of fanfiction. Forsaken love and death are red. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, sincerity and purity. Yeah, that makes sense. Sincerity, purity, probably new beginnings as well. I mean, baby's breath is new beginnings. Okay, I think that's enough. I think that we got the gist. Okay, we got the gist of the flowers. I need to memorize that flower language book, I guess, because people are always gonna, these fanfic authors are gonna hit us with flower language. Toss, these are pretty flowers. It's not an arty line without an arty scream. Y'all chosen. What do they mean? Loki was fighting for my life. I just woke up. No. Yeah, I hope you had a good. Did you fall asleep during the live? Adding you to the list again. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the comments because y'all left some comments. Okay. Cool. Okay, going back. Oh shit. No. Come over here. And then we're gonna tighten it. Mike didn't want to cooperate. I will do the YouTube recap later. You're so good, Toss. Don't worry. Honestly, if my characters were giving each other flowers, I would only put pretty flowers. No. At this point, we're looking up the meaning. I always wonder if when they go to Pound Town, does Nimbus just stand there? Oh, I had no thought about that yet, but thank you for bringing it up, I guess. Let me actually plug my computer real quick, and then I'll be back. Okay. Nimbus, no! Cats are creeps, so yes. LMFAO. Okay. We got the flowers. Soft pink ranunculus mixed with white anemones and sprigs of baby's breath, carefully wrapped, intentional, thoughtful. Her favorites. Her throat tightened. She looked up slowly, brows knitting together. something fragile in her expression. You got my favorites? Zoe smiled, thumb brushing gently under Mira's eye, catching the tear before it could fall. Of course. Something warm cracked open in Mira's chest. She pulled them both in again, pressing a kiss to Rumi's cheek, then Zoe's, just a second longer than necessary, like she didn't want to let go of this moment, this proof. Then, a soft throat clearing. Mira froze. She pulled back, realization hitting her all at once as she remembered Cindy was still there, watching, amused, fond, very much present. Heat rushed to Mira's face. Oh, she straightened instinctively, swiping at her cheeks. Cindy, these are my girlfriends, Rumi and Zoe. She glanced at them, a shy pride sneaking into her voice. This is who I told you about. Zoe stepped forward first, extending a hand. Hi! Oh, get in here, Cindy said immediately, cutting her off as she pulled Zoe into a hug. Zoe laughed in surprise, but hugged back without hesitation. Mira's told a lot about you. Told us a lot about you. Zoe said warmly once she pulled back. It's really nice to finally meet you. Cindy smiled, eyes flicking knowingly toward Mira. And she's quite the conversationalist when it comes to you two. She turned her attention to Rumi, motioning her closer. Oh, don't think I forgot about you. Rumi smiled shyly and stepped forward, accepting the hug. Mira watched them, really watched. The easy warmth, the lack of tension, the way Cindy fit into this moment without overpowering it. Her chest swelled, heavy and full. This was it, she realized. This was what it felt like when the people you loved didn't just tolerate each other, but chose to be there, chose to be here, together, for her. Mira exhaled slowly, something inside her finally settling. She let them chat, stepping aside as she turned toward Jinu, still holding the flowers, still glowing, still trying to convince herself this wasn't a dream she'd wake up from too soon. You've come a long way, man, he hummed, arms crossed as he watched the scene unfold. Cindy laughing with Zoe and Rumi, the way Mira kept getting pulled back into hugs like gravity had shifted around her. Mira nodded, bumping her shoulder into his. Yeah, she said softly. I really did. The words settled in her chest, not heavy, just solid, real. She stood there for a moment longer, watching them talk, her worlds overlapping in a way that still felt surreal. Cindy, Zoe, Rumi, all in the same space, all choosing to stay for her. Then, Mira! She barely had time to run before Abby collided into her, arms wrapping around her in a tight, enthusiastic hug that lifted her a few inches off the ground. Hey, she laughed, hugging him back instinctively. You did amazing, he said, breathless, pulling back just enough to look at her like he needed her to know he meant it. You did too, Mira huffed, giving him a light shove after a beat. He scoffed dramatically. You're so lucky you're all dressed up and fancy right now, because otherwise I'd absolutely put you in a headlock and give you some brotherly love. Mira rolled her eyes. Well, thank God for fashion. He grinned, then his expression shifted as he noticed Chinu standing there. It's my Yowie! It's my Yowie! It's my Yowie, y'all! Oh, hey. Chino cleared his throat, shoulders squaring like he wasn't sure where to put his hands. You did great out there, he muttered. Seriously. Abby's face lit up instantly. You think so? Chinu nodded, a little softer. Yeah. There was a pause. Not awkward, just quiet. Chinu glanced around, suddenly very interested in anything that wasn't Abby's face. Do you wanna hang for a bit? Abby scratched the back of his neck, weight shifting. I've got to hit the after party thing first, he said, then added quickly, but I'll come find you right after. Promise. He hesitated. I mean, I could walk you there right now if you want. Chinu nodded almost immediately. Yeah, that'd be cool. Mira watched them turn to leave, shoulder to shoulder, too close to be accidental. Abby's arm slid easily around Chinu's shoulders, familiar, comfortable. And Chinu, after a beat, rested his arm around Abby's waist like it was the most natural thing in the world. Mira blinked. Once, then again. Wait. her, her eyes narrowed slightly. Since when? Mira? Gay? Question mark? I called it too. I'm gonna clip this and then I'm gonna put it next to the clip from the last stream being like, I fucking called this. I fucking called this. I called this. Okay. She stared at them as they walked off together, murmured conversation, lost to the noise around them, bodies leaning just a little too close. Oh, oh. Mira's lips twitched. She was absolutely telling Zoe and Rumi later. She turned back to where Cindy and her girlfriends were still talking and laughing, warmth blooming in her chest all over again. Hey, Mira said, stepping closer. I've got to go meet up with the others for the little gift thing Miss Kim does after shows. I'll be back though. Okay, Zoe beamed. Rumi smiled, soft and fond. Come back soon. Mira nodded, pulling each of them into a hug, lingering just a second longer than necessary, like she was imprinting the feeling. As she stepped away, she felt it again, that quiet certainty. This wasn't something she had to chase anymore. They were already here. Drunk Mira time! Hey! 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 Do we do shots? Do we do shots? Do we do a shot for Drunk Mira? Do we do a shot for Drunk Mira? Do you guys want to come with me to the kitchen to do a shot? Just realized yes. Just realized Romance is the only one who hasn't made an appearance. That's true. Shot. Okay, okay. I've never like gotten drunk or tipsy during a TC stream, so I'll give you that. YouTube, I'll be back. Um, come with me to my kitchen. Field trip. Field trip. Okay. No, I'm not. I shot again. Toss again. No, no, no. Oh my god! I literally just bought a shot glass. I'll use the one I have though. I'll use the pretty purple New York shot glass that we have. And we have the yucky vodka. Yucky vodka. It's so bad. It's such bad vodka. It's so strong. But we're gonna do a shot. Not too much. Not too much. Maybe a little bit. So do I have anything? I have limes. Well, like this is not tequila. I don't know. I don't have anything. I literally don't have anything. This is so sad. Maybe that. Everyone's gonna call me yucky. That's why I'm not gonna show you guys what I'm doing after Chaser. Strawpage coming out. Roommates are coming back on the 11th. So roommates have not been home since the end of December. So let me actually put this in a I'm thinking. So yeah, roommates are not home. Coming home soon. I'm gonna do this. Oh, this is so yucky. But it's gonna be fine. I just need a chaser. Okay. Hold on. Oh no, is it milk? It's not. No milk shots. Yeah. Okay. Bongs up. It's so bad. Oh my god. Okay, that's a shot. Mm-hmm. That one was for you. Don't say I never did anything for you. Going back to the room. Whoa. It's so strong. Okay. Shot in of the polytricks. Shots for drunk Mira. Shots for drunk Mira. Let's go. Appreciate you. Love us. Let's go before it really starts hitting. After the show, another part of the venue opened up, somewhere warmer and dimmer, with long tables for food and an open floor where people drifted together, laughing and dancing as music hummed through the space. The kind of place that felt like an afterthought, but in a good way. The night wasn't ready to be over yet. Zoe had already claimed them a table near the edge of the room, her camera resting beside her as she scrolled through footage and photos from earlier. Rumi sat beside her, legs tucked in, still buzzing faintly from everything that had happened. This was fun, Rumi hummed softly, bumping Zoe's shoulder with hers. Zoe didn't look up from the camera, but she smiled anyway. Yeah, it really was. Rumi smiled too, small and dazed. The whole day felt unreal, like something she'd imagined on the ride over and somehow gotten to live anyway. She had to resist the urge to pinch herself just to make sure she hadn't fallen asleep somewhere along the way. Cindy had said her goodbyes not long after, promising, very seriously, that she had another gift for Mira and that Mira needed to make time to pick it up later. So it was just the two of them now, waiting. Then, I'm back. Rumi looked up. Mira stood a few steps away, cheeks flushed pinker than usual, hair slightly mussed, eyes bright in a way that felt loose, unguarded. She was smiling, wide and soft and unfocused, like she couldn't quite keep it contained. She was smiling, big and dopey and entirely unguarded. Hi, Mira said, voice low and fond, like she was talking to someone precious. My two most favorite atoms that have ever assembled into people. Rumi blinked. That wasn't normal Mira dialogue. She couldn't quite place what was different, only that something about Mira's presence felt off in a way that was both unfamiliar and strangely familiar, like a version of her she'd almost seen before, but never this clear. Zoe, however, seemed to clock it immediately. She laughed softly, finally looking up. Mira, are you drunk? Oh, that was it. Required serious consideration and dismissively. Just a little, she said, swaying almost imperceptibly. They made us take shots. Her camera. Click. Yeah, no, I'm this. Mira scoffed, but there was no heat in it. She turned instead to Rumi, reaching out and threading their fingers together like it was the natural thing in the world. Rumi's breath caught. "Wanna go dance?" Mira asked, voice softer now. Oh, sorry, that was supposed to be shy. "Wanna go dance?" Mira asked, voice softer now, almost shy despite the confidence in the gesture. Rumi blinked again, brain lagging half a beat behind her heart. Yeah, sure." She glanced back at Zoe, who gave them a fond little wave. "Go have fun. I'll stay here and order food." Rumi nodded, smiling, and left the floor where people were already swaying to the music of it. Rumi hesitated, her hands, her feet, the way too stiff compared to everyone else. Mira was already looking at her, eyes warm and openly affectionate in a way that made Rumi's chest ache. Rumi started, eyes dropping to the floor. I mean, I don't. Hey, Mira interrupted gently, smiling like she already understood. Neither have I. You don't need to worry about it. That helped. A little. Mira stepped closer, close enough that Rumi could feel her warmth. Ever go to prom? Rumi shook her head, cheeks warming. No, me neither. Mira hummed, like the fact pleased her. She slid her hands around Rumi's waist, careful, grounding, like she was asking permission without words. Put your hands around my neck. Rumi obeyed, arms lifting slowly, settling where Mira guided them. She didn't quite, not yet. Mira's face was a lot right now. Too expressive, too open, like every emotion she felt was written clearly across her features. She wasn't used to that version of Mira. The music swelled around them, and Mira started to sway, gentle and unhurried, pulling Rumi along with her. Do you think, Mira said suddenly, voice wobbling just enough to snap Rumi out of her thoughts, that I'm contagious with some kind of stupid disease that makes everyone want to run away from me? Rumi startled, her gaze snapping up immediately. What? Mira's eyes were glassy, too glassy, wide and shining, like all the emotions she usually kept carefully boxed up had spilled everywhere all at once. Tears gathered at the corners, threatening. You're not looking at me, Mira said quietly. You hate me. Rumi blinked, then laughed softly, more out of disbelief than humor. God, she really did flip a full 180 when she drank. No, I don't hate you, she said gently. I'm just a little nervous, that's all. Mira leaned forward until their foreheads touched, warm and grounding despite the tremble in her breath. Then, she murmured, voice tender and earnest, be nervous with me, at me, about me. I don't mind. Rumi's face went hot instantly. Yeah, okay. Drunk Mira was actually lethal. Guys, my head is hot. Oh my god. Oh my god. Her heart thudded painfully in her I don't drink a lot. Her heart thudded painfully in her chest as Mira pulled back just enough to smile. Soft, unguarded, relief easing into her expression as they swayed together again. Oh, Mira added, like she just remembered something incredibly important. I forgot to tell you how handsome you look today. I love that they're calling Rumi handsome. It makes me happy. Rumi ducked her head, flustered, arms tightening instinctively around Mira's neck like she needed the anchor. Thank you, she murmured. I love it, Mira hummed, eyes half lidded. She reached up, gently twirling a loose strand of Rumi's hair around her finger before letting it go, giggling softly to herself. Superman. Rumi blinked, then laughed, warmth blooming in her chest. You're really something else, Jagia. The reaction was immediate. Mira's face lit up with pure, unfiltered joy, so bright it almost hurt to look at. And then, just as quickly, her lip wobbled. And then she started crying. Rumi winced internally. Yeah, she really should have known better than to use one of Mira's emotional kryptonite words. A broken little sound slipped from Mira's mouth as she wiped at her eyes, her bottom lip jutting out like she was trying and failing to be brave. What? Rumi asked softly, smiling despite herself. She lifted a hand, tucking a strand of hair behind Mira's ear before letting her fingers trail down, brushing gently over Mira's damp cheeks. Mira leaned into the touch immediately, like she'd been waiting for it. I really want to kiss you right now, Mira sobbed out, pressing one unsteady finger to Rumi's lips. She hiccuped halfway through the sentence, clearly devastated by her own feelings. Rumi laughed softly, her chest tight in the best most overwhelming way. You can just ask for a kiss, right? Mira made a small, distressed noise and nodded. Yeah, but if I asked, she said seriously, words slurring just a little, my lips might disintegrate, and then I won't be able to kiss you or Zoe ever again. That did it. Rumi felt her eyes sting. God, she was such a mess. A sweet, ridiculous, earnest mess. She nodded, smiling, heart so full it ached. You can kiss me, Mir. Mira beamed, absolutely radiant, before leaning down carefully, like she was afraid of breaking the moment. Her lips met Rumi's in a soft, sweet kiss, gentle and unhurried, full of warmth and emotion and everything Mira couldn't say out loud. Rumi melted into it, closing her eyes, thinking distantly that she might never recover from this version of Mira. And honestly, she didn't want to. Rumi pulled away after a minute, breath a little uneven, smiling as she looked at Mira. Mira looked soft, not just happy, full, like something inside her chest had finally been allowed to spill over, soft and glowing and unfiltered. She felt Mira rest her cheek against the top of her head, warm and heavy in the best way. Rumi sighed quietly, fingers drifting up to the baby hairs at the nape of Mira's neck, absently playing with them. It felt grounding, familiar, like something she could do forever. You really shined out there tonight, Rumi murmured. Yeah? Mira asked, voice muffled against Rumi's hair. Yeah, Rumi swallowed, her chest tightening. I'm glad I got to experience that. Got to experience you. Mira's arms tightened around her waist immediately, pulling her closer like she was afraid Rue might disappear if she didn't hold on tight enough. She sniffed, shoulders trembling just a little. I just, Mira started, voice thick. I really like it when you guys see me. Like, really see me. It makes me feel like I'm doing something right just by existing next to you. Rumi's heart ached. She pulled back just enough to pepper kisses all over Mira's face, her cheek, her temple, the corner of her mouth, unable to stop herself. I love you so much. Mira laughed, breathless, trying and failing to catch Rumi's lips at each time she leaned in. Would you love me? She asked seriously. If I turned into red pepper flakes and got coated all over your pizza? That is such a Zoe thing to ask. Oh my god. Rumi cupped her cheeks, thumbs brushing over the apples of them, and kissed her nose. Oh, definitely. Mira grinned like a fool, and they sank into each other, swaying gently, bodies moving closer like they'd always known the rhythm. Then Mira nuzzled her nose against Rumi's collar, and she felt something wet. Rumi froze. Mira? A low hum answered. Are you licking me? Yeah, Mira mumbled, teeth catching her lip. Wanna taste you? Loud, ridiculous slurping noise accompanied the words as she pressed closer, clearly far too drunk to care about anything except the warmth of Rumi. Rumi flushed violently, pressing her hands gently against Mira's shoulders. Okay, maybe let's not. Fell instantly, lower lip trembling, hurt and pout all rolled into one. You're being wasteful, Rumi. She sniffed dramatically. That's bad. Rumi blinked a few times, trying to process this drunk logic. Huh? You're like melting ice cream, Mira continued, voice wobbling. And I can't stand here and let you melt all over the floor. She tilted her She tilted her head. She tilted her head, eyes wide, almost pleading. But you pushed me away. Rumi's chest tightened. God, Mira was adorable when drunk, but also terrifying in how earnest she could get. She pulled her closer, letting Mira collapse into her chest. Just just keep dancing with me, okay? She whispered, holding her steady. Okay. After a while, Rumi felt another presence press warmly against her back. Okay, Zoe said, voice fond and amused. I was kind of feeling left out and wanted to join in on the fun. Rumi smiled, settling instinctively, head resting against Mira's shoulder now, Zoe leaning in behind her. It felt easy, natural, like the world had shrunk down to just the three of them and the soft pulse of music. I have a gravitational pull, Mira announced after a moment. And you guys are in my orbit. So stay in it forever and don't go away, or I'll turn into a supernova and explode. Rumi huffed out a quiet laugh, heart warm and painfully full. We're not leaving you, Mir, Zoe giggled, shifting so she could wrap her arms around the both of them. Rumi closed her eyes, breathing them in, thinking distantly that this felt like one of those moments she'd hold on to forever. The kind you don't realize is precious until it's already burned into you. And right now, with Mira soft and emotional and holding her like she was something worth keeping, she felt very, very lucky. Guys, guys. Everyone leaving olive emojis. I'll get there. I know that olives have a significance because I met up with the Dino on well, I was messaging with the Dino before I met up with them. And Dino was like said something about olives and I was like I don't get what that means. And Dino was like, "Oh, you haven't read the new TC chapter?" It was a TC chapter reference and I'm like, "Oh, okay, I don't know. I don't know the reference. We're just going to spam olives until Artie gets confused." We just like olives, Artie. No, I'll read you the message. I'll read you the message. Are you Turkish or can I'm Turkish. I am Turkish. Merhaba. Sorry, I'll find the message. I'll find the message from Dino. I forgot. Yay! Are you Turkish? Wait, I'll find the message. Raw, yippee. Yap. Merhaba. Bayağı bir Türk var ya aslında. Bir sürü Türk buluyoruz. Okay, white boy flush white boy. No, that's not it. Where's the one about the olives? Where's the olives? Where's the olives? Olives. Okay, I'm gonna do olive. What? I swear to God, they sent something about olives. I can't find it. TC is Two's company. TC is Two's company. Oh, maybe they left it in one of our other chats. Maybe. Olive. Did they freaking delete it? Anyways, Dino is not watching this right now, but Dino, if you're watching the YouTube, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. The evidence was erased. Guys, my muscles feel like they're melting. Guys, I'm such a lightweight simply because I don't drink too much. I don't drink a lot. Maybe I wanted all of martini. Okay. I just call it Two's Company. I'm slow AF. I don't know. Everyone started using the shortened versions. Our girl is. Everyone started using the shortened versions for like Two's Company is TC. Give me that candy floss is GTC. So I'm just using the shortened versions now. Mm, um, that tickled my That tickled my soft palate. I don't know until when I'm gonna keep going, but I'm over halfway done with the chapter. I just don't know where I'm gonna start the second part of this. Need more water and oranges. This is after one. This is after one shot. TC was your first fanfic ever? It was my first Polytrix fanfic ever. It wasn't my first fanfic ever, but it was my first Polytrix fanfic. So it's very, very special to me. So it means you can actually I use abbreviations because TikTok has such a short character limit. I started reading Two's Company when I was back in Turkey. Um, and I was like, well, fuck it. I really like K-pop Demon Hunters. Let's see what's going on in the AO3. And it had the most bookmarks. And I always sort by bookmarks. So I was like, oh, it has the most bookmarks. Let me check it out. Life changed forever. Now is when Artie starts asking us if we would love her shoe. I read it back in July. I mean, I started it in July. Day one, it was already growing. I started it in July. It was specifically I my flight was July 17th or something. I started it like July 18th or 19th, like right after I arrived. So I was there when there were I think the chapters were in double digits when I started. Or they were coming fast. You hit 5 months streaming. I did. Guys, time passes so fast. Time passes so fast. We need to stop time. Honey, we love you. Do you think I'm gonna get emotional? I fell into the hole and started writing my own real as hell. Life changed. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Or else I will like I'll just keep going until like I'll finish at like 11. I won't go further than 11 because I need to sleep. Oh, oh no. Burps. Sorry. 5 months and still strong. All right. I'm so EP now. Oh no. All right. Zoe grunted, shifting Mira's arm more securely around her shoulders as they made their way toward the car. Let's get you in the car. Mira was leaning on both of them now, most of her weight split between Zoe and Rumi like she'd decided gravity was optional tonight. I'm sorry, Mira sniffed loudly. Zoe blinked, glancing sideways at her. For what? For. Mira paused, brows knitting together in intense concentration. For breathing too loud, and for sweating, and for probably stepping on your foot earlier. I think I did. I didn't mean to. I just get really enthusiastic about music. Zoe bit down on her lip to keep from laughing, warmth blooming in her chest despite herself. God, she was such a mess. That's okay, Zoe said gently. You didn't hurt me. Are you sure? Mira muttered, looking genuinely distressed. Yes, I'm sure, Mira, Zoe huffed, amused despite herself. It had been a long time since she'd seen Mira drunk like this. Really drunk. The kind where every thought escaped her mouth unfiltered and every emotion landed at a 10. She'd forgotten how endearing it was, how tender. They finally made it to the car. Zoe unlocked it and pulled the door open, ready to usher Mira inside when. Wait. Zoe and Rumi both looked at her. Mira froze, staring at the car like it had personally offended her. I can't choose. I can't choose where to sit. Zoe raised a brow. Why not? I want to sit with you both, Mira whined, eyes already glassy again, like the decision alone was physically overwhelming. Rumi squeezed Mira's arm reassuringly. It's okay. It's okay, she said softly. You can sit in the front with Zoe. Mira shook her head immediately. No, then you'll be all alone in the back and I can't talk to you or see your face, and I want to see your face, Rumi. Zoe blinked. Oh, she swallowed, something warm spreading through her chest. Mira wasn't being dramatic. She was just scared of distance, even the small kind. Baby, Zoe said gently, it's fine. We don't care which one of us you sit with. Sorry. Oh my god, sorry. I just got a horrible stomach pain. It's fine. Okay. It's fine. We don't care which one of us you sit with. Rumi nodded quickly. Yeah, promise. That did not help. Mira's face crumbled immediately. No, but I want to sit with you both. I can't. She hiccuped, then suddenly grabbed Zoe's shoulders, eyes lighting up with wild determination. I can split myself into two. Zoe's brain short circuited. I need a saw. Mira continued solemnly. Zoe, you have one in your trunk, right? Okay, we're definitely not doing that, Zoe said quickly, gripping Mira's arm and gently pulling her back. Absolutely not. Rumi looked between them, confused, mouthing, You have a. Zoe shook her head with a strange smile. Do not engage. Do not engage. She took a breath, grounding herself. Mira needed calm, structure, a plan. Mir, Zoe said carefully, rubbing her arm soothingly. Why don't you sit with Rumi this ride? Just until we get back to the restaurant. And then you can sit with me when we go home. How does that sound? Mira sniffed hard, eyes flicking between them as she processed. Slowly, she nodded. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, she whispered, then leaned forward suddenly to kiss Zoe, quick, clumsy, full of affection, before pulling back. Thank you for problem solving with me. Zoe exhaled, smiling helplessly. Anytime. Mira then climbed into the back seat with Rumi, immediately curling toward her like gravity demanded it. Zoe shut the door and walked around to the driver's seat, shaking her head softly. God help her. She loved this girl. Zoe slid into the driver's seat and started the car, the engine humming softly beneath the lingering buzz of music still stuck in her head. In the back seat, Rumi was already buckling Mira in, steady and patient, as Mira leaned forward again, eyes glossy and searching. Are you sure this is fine? Mira asked quietly. Zoe glanced at her through the rearview mirror and smiled. It's fine. Are you sure? Mira sniffed, lower lip trembling. You're up there all alone. I'm okay, she said softly. I promise. Tears welled immediately, like the thought alone was too much to handle. Are you sure you're not scared of being alone up there, Zoe? Zoe let out a small giggle before she could stop herself. God, this was unreal. Yes, Mir, I'm okay. God, she really thought this mattered. Really thought distance, even a few feet, meant something bad was going to happen. Are you sure? Mira pressed. Don't cry. Do you need to hold my hand? Zoe sucked in a sharp breath and turned back toward the windshield. Okay, yep, she needed water. Immediately. Possibly a blanket. Possibly a sedative. Possibly all three. I'm sure, Mira, Zoe said, pulling the car out of the parking spot. I'm sorry, don't yell at me, Mira said, suddenly, leaning back with a sniffle. Zoe frowned. I'm not yelling. You are, Mira insisted, voice breaking. You hate me. Zoe blinked. Mira whimpered, curling instinctively toward Rumi and resting her head against her shoulder like she needed an anchor. She's mad at me, Rumi, she sobbed. She wants me to turn into a giant toilet. Yeah. Hmm. She wants me to turn into a giant olive, and everyone hates olives, so I can't get eaten, and I'll just sit there and rot until someone steps on me and I die. She wants me to die, Ruby. I like olives. I like olives. Zoe nearly swerved. Oh my god, I do not want you to turn into an olive and die, she whined, immediately reaching one hand back without looking. And I don't hate you. Zoe stuck her hand out blindly between the seats. I'd eat you even if I don't like olives, Zoe added quickly. Swear! Mira sniffed loudly, but took her hand like it was a lifeline. But if I was an olive, you'd have to like me. Yeah, she huffed, squeezing Mira's hand before pulling it back to steer. I probably would. You changed my mind. That seemed to work. Mira relaxed a little, still sniffly but calmer, as Zoe pulled the car out of park. They decided very quickly that Mira was not going straight home. Zoe had completely forgotten to order food earlier, too busy watching Rumi and Mira dance, and then dancing with them. And there was no way Mira was surviving the night without eating something. Zoe glanced into the rearview mirror. Rumi was carefully draping the jacket Mira made for herself around her shoulders, tucking it in like Mira was something precious and breakable. Mira leaned into her instantly, cheek pressed to Rumi's, staring at her unblinkingly, like she was the only solid thing in the world. Zoe swallowed. Uh, she muttered, eyes flicking back to the road. Mira, how many shots did you have? 5, Mira said proudly, then paused. I think. Zoe exhaled. Yeah, okay, that tracks. What kind of shots were they handing out back there? They stopped at a red light. Zoe took a breath and reached into the glove compartment, rummaging until she found a half forgotten bottle of water. It was probably old. It did not matter. That girl needed hydration, reassurance, and maybe to be wrapped in bubble wrap for the rest of the night. Uh, maybe I shouldn't have done a shot. Maybe. Oh, that came really fast. Sorry. So, olives. Mm, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's do let's do that. Maybe moo me moo. One shot, by the way. Listen, guys, it was not a small shot. It was a considerable shot. No one peer pressured me into this. I chose to do the shot myself. I thank myself from 5 months ago that decided to watch that stupid named movie. No, real. I watched it the day after it came out. The day after it came out, I was like, listen, I was almost not going to watch it because a friend was coming over and my roommate was like, "Oh, this friend is coming over, so I don't know if because I had told him that I want to watch the movie, but then he was like, "Oh, I forgot that this friend was coming over." And then he was like, "I'm pretty sure he'd be fine watching it together." And we watched it together and it was glorious. It was awesome. Yeah, Artie has officially lost it. Oh, it's hard shot. Do you feel warm, Artie? I mean, yeah, alcohol does make you feel warm. Tipsy, I guess. Ah, everybody. Yeah. Shut up, guys. Shut up. Guy just having some fun over here. I'm just gonna look up where the smut comes. Oh, I'm just gonna look up where the how much left till the smut. Everybody. Hmm. 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 Yes. I don't have that much left till the smut, but I do kind of want to get as close as possible. Girl, is you okay? I'm okay. I'm just like not trying to mask that I'm tipsy right now. Tipsy, Artie, please sleep. No! Are we jumping to Discord? The Discord reading will happen in part 2. I can't read this full chapter in one stream, as you can probably tell. It has already been 4.5 hours. I'm not pressuring myself to do it all in one stream like I did last time because I felt really, really bad. And I was like, actually, I'm gonna take care of myself. It would be a good clip everything. Sleep party. The rest is still the same night. Should I stop? Last time was too much good choice. Go to everyone's telling me to go to sleep. Clips or it didn't happen. What clips? I do not think she's gonna. I'm gonna remember this, guys. I'm gonna remember this. How can I forget drunk Mira? Almost as good as drunk Rumi. Is it a good place to stop? Because I was wondering. If I stop here, the next stream would be like 3 hours, 2.5 hours. Okay, I'm gonna listen to you guys. Are you guys happy that I listened to you? You are drunk. No, no, no. I'm not that drunk. I'm just overplaying the drunkenness. But you're not gonna believe me. You're not gonna believe me when I say that. I promise you won't regret this break. Okay. I'll take a screenshot. Or I'll just say I finished it over here. Okay. Everybody. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm done. Why do y'all read so slow? I finished chapter 39 in 1 hour. Try to read it out loud and see how you do. Also, it's very important when you're reading out loud that you read slower than you think you should read. So yeah, I'm reading faster than how I would read an audiobook. I'm reading faster than how I would read an audiobook. We're also taking breaks. Never get Artie one shot at a party. Never give Artie any alcohol in public. I mean, the last time I had alcohol in public, like I said, I don't go out much. I don't drink much. Was the last time the gay bar? It might have been. I'm thinking. I think the last time I had alcohol in public, like outside, was the gay bar. keep the alcohol away from Artie. And you know what? I kissed my friend that day. I kissed my friend and they grinded against me. So you know that story. Dane knows that story. I've talked about this. Okay, let's listen to a song, y'all. I think I'm gonna end this. Thank you to the YouTube audience for being here. Bye. Sam and Tegan already being like, good night, Artie. Bye, y'all. Let's end this.